Hello, Internet. I'm Insane and welcome to Bad Erotica Book Club. We are somehow on time. I have no idea how that happened today. It's been one of those weeks. As in, this week needs to end and never repeat. It's very, very hot here. Got up to about 32 today, and it's still there. Because the sun won't go down for at least another 2.5 hours. Then it might cool down. I hope so. It was up till 6 a.m. last night, and not for good reasons. I have no problem pulling an all-nighter under the right circumstances, but these were not those. Then a power outage woke me up early and confused the heck out of the puppy. Whenever the power goes out, he always just looks around like, what's going on? Why is it too quiet? Why is there no light? What's going on? And then of course he comes to me for answers on this, but usually rubbing his belly will let him forget about it. Of course, the cat didn't care at all. I'm not sure he even noticed, but he's been a very lazy. They've both been very lazy animals today because of the heat. I feel bad for the poor kitty. He's got like polar bear fur. He's so thick. Like, he didn't even demand his breakfast kibble. But on the whole, they seem to be doing okay. So, as usual, I'm trying to remember what happened last week. We finished the masquerade ball. He was pissed off that his family told her a couple of personal things. They went back to his place and found her car destroyed. Then found out that Stalker Girl was still in the apartment, even though his crack security team went through every room with their guns pointed. We learned he doesn't like guns and that she knows how to shoot them. And even though his crack security team went through every room, Layla was somehow still on the balcony and has apparently broken in multiple times. Because, again, he's rich, but he's really stupid because he knows that she has access after the first time, and nobody changed the locks or the security codes or anything like that. Because, why would you bother taking actual precautions to make yourself safe when, you think there is somebody with nefarious intent around? Why would you do that? So they ran away to a hotel, which they put under Taylor's name, which I still think is a dumb move because, again, Layla's going to know who Taylor is, so she's going to know his name. So not a safe option, in my opinion. But that's what they did. There were a few really bad sex scenes. And I can't remember if they actually got to the boat or not, but he's planning to take her out on the boat, which is named after his adoptive mother that he hates. We did pretty much confirm that he hates every member of his family. And that his little sister's age has dropped by about 10 years. But seems like all the Grey children are radically changed in this retelling version. I mean, hell, what his company actually does completely changed. Baby puppy's curled up asleep for now, but I'm sure he'll join us later. Kitty's sleeping upside down. Really feel bad for him with all his fur. And he's got mats that I gotta cut out later, which he's not gonna be a fan of. Mostly because it involves picking him up. Once I actually get him up on the table, he's fine. It's the being lifted part. But that's a fur ball for you. Another male kitty wants to just love to cuddle. He would take any kind of cuddling. Being held, I could be rubbing his belly and he would slide right off the couch onto the floor and not even notice. He'd be laying on the floor with his belly up, still purring and looking at me like, why'd you stop? Never mind, I fell on the floor. Keep rubbing the belly. He was such an affectionate thing. I can't remember his name now. I had a lot of cats growing up. Like a lot. And a lot of other pets. Rabbits, hamsters, rats, a lot of cats, dogs, birds. Bird was mostly my mom's, though. I didn't really like it. But at least it wasn't very loud. It wasn't the kind that talks, so it was a little budgy. All rise for the national anthem. Let me make sure I got the volume. I do. Okay.
If you're still struggling with consent, just imagine instead of initiating sex, you're making them a cup of tea. You say, hey, would you like a cup of tea? And they go, oh my God, I would love a cup of tea, thank you. Then you know they want a cup of tea. If you say, hey, would you like a cup of tea? And they're like, I'm not really sure. Then you can make them a cup of tea, or not, but be aware that they might not drink it. And if they don't drink it, then, and this is the important bit, don't make them drink it. Just because you made it doesn't mean you're entitled to watch them drink it. And if they say, no thank you, then don't make them tea. At all. Just don't make them tea. Don't make them drink tea. Don't get annoyed at them for not wanting tea. They just don't want tea, okay? They might say, yes please, that's kind of you. And then when the tea arrives, they actually don't want the tea at all. Sure, that's kind of annoying as you've gone to all the effort of making the tea, but they remain under no obligation to drink the tea. They did want tea, now they don't. Some people change their mind in the time it takes to boil the kettle, brew the tea, and add the milk. And it's okay for people to change their mind, and you are still not entitled to watch them drink it. And if they are unconscious, don't make them tea. Unconscious people don't want tea, and they can't answer the question, do you want tea? Because they're unconscious. Okay, maybe they were conscious when you asked them if they wanted tea, and they said yes, but in the time it took you to boil the kettle or brew the tea and add the milk, they are now unconscious. You should just put the tea down, make sure the unconscious person is safe, and this is the important part again, don't make them drink the tea. They said yes then, sure, but unconscious people don't want tea. If someone said yes to tea, started drinking it, and then passed out before they'd finished it, don't keep on pouring it down their throat. Take the tea away. Make sure they are safe, because unconscious people don't want tea. Trust me on this. If someone said yes to tea around your house last Saturday, that doesn't mean they want you to make them tea all the time. They don't want you to come around to their place unexpectedly and make them tea and force them to drink it, going, but you wanted tea last week, or to wake up to find you pouring tea down their throat, going, but you wanted tea last night. If you can understand how completely ludicrous it is to force people to have tea when they don't want tea, and you are able to understand when people don't want tea, then how hard is it to understand when it comes to sex? Whether it's tea or sex, consent is everything. And on that note, I'm going to make myself a cup of tea.
Hello, everyone. It's hot. Let's do our roll call. We have Ralph, Charlotte, Steve, Caspian Paddington. Oh, my brain is melted. Inspector Clouseau, Dumbo, Sally, Bill, Xavier, Eloise, Pongo, Mitch, Sansu, Bob with 2 B's, Sasha Bartholomew, Alex, Chuckles, Melman, Naruto, Jeremy DeWitt, Cinemark, Alan Tudyk, and Jeeves. Ha! The heat's getting to me. If my face progressively melts. Sorry, but it's hot. I'm sure the floppy-eared one will join us later, but he's busy being right now. He had a very big day. Another dog was barking, so he had to run out and bark at it. He's got like this weird relationship with the balcony. If he has something to run out there and bark at, he will run out and bark. But if I'm out there, and he will stand inside the door and whine like he's scared to go out. I'm not sure why. It's very odd. I mean, he doesn't mind going out there to pee on the wall, which has let me know that it's sloped incorrectly. So when there's snow buildup on it, it's going to stay there and then melt against the building instead of running off. 14 months to redo them, and they're worse than ever, and a hazard unto themselves. Yeah, we were about halfway through chapter 4. Yeah. So we should make it to the end of chapter 4, because I counted the pages. And I don't think there's emails. So we'll see. But we'll try. Oh, shout out for sponsorships / donation tiers. We are getting more ducks. They are on their way. They're just very slowly on their way. It looks like we're not having a mail strike. They've come to some kind of deal, or at least some of them have, so that's good. So it is $10 to sponsor a duck and get to name it. I will write down any sponsorships and keep the list for when the ducks actually get here. For 25. Oh, I forgot my tie. I knew I forgot something. I forgot to put the tie on. I forgot the tie. Like, I knew I forgot something. I knew it. I'm blaming the heat. For 25, I will put on these very real actual handcuffs for 20 pages. Those are always fun. And for 50, I will chug an entire glass of wine, hopefully in one go, without throwing up. 1 second while I put my tie on. I knew I wasn't properly dressed. Let's see if I can do it without smudging my makeup. I really gotta wash this. Okay, not too bad. When I made it, it didn't occur to me I'd ever have to wash it. I have a feeling it's going to make a racket in the washing machine because of the D-rings. But I've heard other things clanging around in there, so I'm not so worried. Yeah, I also kind of figure if I wash it with the dog pillow, that might muffle it a little bit. No, of course, Puppy's going to give me a sad face for washing his pillow, even though it's filthy. Usually I wash it once a month. He's had it for like 2 to 3 months, so it really needs to be washed. How are we not even halfway through? We're really not even halfway through this yet. It feels like we should be farther. Anna and I step into the elevator. An elderly couple moves aside for us. Anna looks up at me and smirks. I squeeze her hand and grin, remembering that kiss. Oh, fuck the paperwork. I'll never let you forget that, she says, so only I can hear. Whoa. Train going by. It's actually not that close, but that was loud. Our first kiss. I'm tempted to do a repeat performance and scandalize the elderly couple, but I settle for a discreet peck on her cheek that makes her giggle. We check out at reception and walk hand in hand through the foyer to the valet. Where are we going exactly? Anna asks as we wait for my car. I tap the side of my nose and wink, trying to hide my excitement. Her face lights up with a huge smile matching mine. Leaning down, I kiss her. Do you have any idea how happy you make me feel? Yes, I know exactly. Because you do the same for me. The valet appears with my R8. Great car, sir, he says as he gives me the keys. I tip him and he opens Anna's door. As I turn onto 4th Avenue, the sun is shining. My girl is beside me and there's good music playing on the car stereo. I overtake an Audi A3 and suddenly remember Anna's wrecked car. I realize I've not thought about Layla and her crazy behavior for the last few hours. Anna's a good distraction. Yeah, that's what your girlfriend wants to be called, a good distraction. She's more than a distraction, Gray. Perhaps I should buy her something else. Yes, something different. Not an Audi. A Volvo. That's gotta be because Edward drove a Volvo and Twilight made a car commercial. Though I gotta say, the Twilight level of car commercial was definitely overtaken by Jurassic World. You literally can cut that movie into a Mercedes commercial. I think they did, actually. Hello to whoever's just come in. Nice to see you. No, my dad has one. A BMW. No, my mom has one. I need to make a detour. It shouldn't take long, I inform her. Sure. We pull into the Saab dealership. Anna looks perplexed. We need to get you a new car, I say. Not an Audi? No, I'm not getting you the car I bought all my subs. I thought you might like something else. A Saab, she's amused. I don't know what kind of car that is. An uncle of mine had one. It's kind of sporty. I know he kept it on blocks most of the year, which made me wonder, why would you have a car you can only drive 2 months a year here? It was zero clearance and no top, so can't take any kind of weather kind of thing. Yeah, A93. Come. What is it with you and foreign cars? The Germans and the Swedes make the safest cars in the world, Anastasia. I thought you'd already ordered me another Audi A3. I can cancel that. Come. I climb out of the car and walk to her side and open the door. I owe you a graduation present. Christian, you really don't have to do this. I make it clear to her that I do, and we stroll into the car showroom where a salesman greets us with a well-rehearsed smile. My name is Troy Ternosky. Are you after a Saab, sir? Pre-owned? He rubs his hands, sensing a sale. New, I inform him. Did you have a model in mind, sir? 9320T Sports Sedan. I'm sure that means something to anyone who knows cars. Hannah shoots me a questioning look. Yeah, I've been meaning to test drive one of these. An excellent choice, sir. What color, Anastasia? I ask. Black? She says with a shrug. You really don't need to do this. Black's not easily seen at night. You have a black car. This is not about me. I give her a pointed look. Yeah, do as I say, not as I do. Canary yellow, then, she says, and flips her hair over her shoulder, irritated, I think. I scowl at her. What color do you want me to have? See, she's figuring it out now. Hi, Sadale! Are you sending me in a... Oh, is it a penguin or an abominable snowman? Whatever it is, it's cute. Oh, are you waving to all the ducks now that we have a full lineup of ducks? There's more coming. So there's still opportunity to sponsor ducks. Like I said, I will keep a list, and when the ducks get here, they're on their way. They're just slowly on their way. So there will be more ducks. I already have boxes to make more stage. Which I haven't done yet because the ducks aren't here, but I have the boxes. Silver or white? Silver then, she says, but reiterates that she's fine with the Audi. Now sensing the loss of a sale, Ternosky pipes up. Perhaps you'd like a convertible, ma'am. Hannah lights up and Ternosky claps his hands. Convertible, I ask, raising a brow. Her cheeks redden with embarrassment. Miss Steele would like a convertible, and I'm beyond pleased that I found something she wants. Yeah, you could try asking. I think it might be a duck too. It's very cute. What are the safety stats on the convertible? I asked the salesman. And he's prepared. reeling off a brochure's worth of stats and other information. I glance at Anna and she's all smiles and teeth. Chernowski hurries to his desk to consult his computer on the availability of a brand new convertible 9.3. Whatever you're high on, I'd like some, Miss Steele. I pull her close. I'm high on you, Mr. Gray. Wow, they really took like the ultra cringy approach to the dialogue here. Is this better or worse than Attack of the Clones? Really? Well, you certainly look intoxicated. I kiss her. And thank you for accepting the car. That was easier than last time. Well, it's not an Audi A3. That's not the car for you. I liked it. Sir, the 9.3, I've located one in our Beverly Hills dealership. I can have it here for you in a couple of days. Chernowski's bursting at the seams with his achievement. Top of the range, I ask. Yes, sir. Excellent. I hand him my credit card. If you'll come this way, Mr. Chernowski glances down at the name on the card. Cray. I follow him back. Can you get it here tomorrow? I can try, Mr. Gray. He nods and we begin to fill out the paperwork. Thank you, Anna says as we set off. You're most welcome, Anastasia. The soulful, sad voice of Eve Cassidy fills the R8 when I turn on the engine. Who's this? Anna asks, and I tell her. She has a lovely voice. She does. She did. Oh. She died young. Too young. Oh. Anna gives me a wistful look. I remember that she didn't finish her breakfast earlier and ask her if she's hungry. I'm keeping track, Anna. When is he not? When is he not? I think he's monitored like every bite she's taken since they've met. Yes. Lunch first, then. I speed along Elliott Avenue, heading to Elliott Bay Marina. Flynn was right. I like trying things her way. I look at Anna, who's lost in the music, staring out at the passing scenery. I feel content and excited for what I have planned this afternoon. The car lot is crowded at the marina, but I find a space. We'll eat here. I'll open your door, I say as Anna makes a move to get out of the car. Together we walk towards the waterfront, arms around each other. So many boats, she says, and one of them is mine. We stand on the promenade and watch the sailboats out in the sound. Anna tugs her jacket around herself. Cold. I tuck her under my arm, closer to my side. No, just admiring the view. I could stare at it all day. Come this way. We head into SP's, the waterfront's restaurant and bar, for lunch. Inside, I search for Dante, Claude Baptiste's brother. Mr. Gray. He sees me before I see him. What can I get for you this afternoon? Dante, good afternoon. I usher Anna to one of the stools at the bar. This lovely lady is Anastasia Steele. Welcome to SP's place. Dante grins at Anna, and his dark eyes are intrigued. What would you like to drink, Anastasia? Please call me Anna, she says. Me adds, and I'll have whatever Christian's drinking. Anna's deferring to me like she did at the ball. I like it. Oh. Like, she's just getting like more and more just not even trying to have her own opinion about anything anymore. I'm going to have a beer. This is the only bar in Seattle where you can get an Adnams Explorer? Is that a typo for Adams? Because I know Adams is a beer brand, Samuel Adams, I think. But I swear, this is what it says. This is what it says. A-D-N-A-M-S. Is that a beer brand I've never heard of or a typo? I like that. I definitely like that. Especially given that the only reason it's an Audi is because that's what Edward Cullen drove. No, he drove a Volvo. I don't know, maybe Audi paid more. No, she's been upgraded to a Saab 93 something something sport. A beer? Two. Two explorers, please, Dante. It is a real. It's real. Adnams. Okay. It's probably something that doesn't get imported much here. Oh, Kitty sees a fly. He's getting better at catching the flies. The other day he got 4 in one day. It's pretty impressive. Hi, Persnickety! And Sasha. And any rabbits in attendance. Adnam's the regional brewery founded in 1872 in Southwold, Suffolk, England. Oh, by George and Ernest Adnams. Oh, it's British beer. Then I'm very surprised that I've never heard of it because we tend to have a lot of crossover. But thank you for looking that up. You're very sweet. Genuinely did think that was a typo for Adams, though. In this book, would it surprise anybody? Dante nods and sets up the drinks on the bar, and I tell Anna that the seafood chowder that's served here is delicious. Ugh. 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 Dante writes down our food order and gives me a wink. Yes, I'm here with a woman I'm not related to. It's a first. I know. Why is everybody he knows so invested in him finally having a relationship? Like, come on. His family I can understand, but like random acquaintances at places he occasionally eats. I turn my attention to Anna. How did you get started in business? She asks and takes a sip of her beer. I give her the executive summary. With Elena's money and some shrewd but risky investments, I was able to build a capital fund. The first company I acquired was about to go under. It had been developing power units for cell phones using graphene technology, but the R&D had exhausted the company's capital. The patents they held were worth exploring, and I kept their key talent, Fred and Barney, who are now my two chief engineers. You're entirely correct. Yeah, that's why I said Americans in Washington. Yep. I swear to God, the imported beer is just to show that he's like kind of a snob in all things. Oh, persnickety, that is so the best. God, I want to drink so bad, but I need to wait another half hour because I have rules. Ever make rules for yourself and then go, why did I do that? And tell Anna about our work on solar and wind-up technology for the home market and the developing world. In our and our innovative research to develop battery storage. Because in 2014 there was like insufficient battery storage. And battery sticks from back then that I still use, they work great. All critical initiatives given the development of fossil fuels. You still with me? I ask when our chowder arrives. I love that she's interested in what I do. Even my parents struggle not to glaze over when I tell them about my work. There's a conversation. I'm fascinated, she says. Everything about you fascinates me, Christian. Where is this coming from? What did he put in the orange juice this morning? Her words are encouraging, so I continue my story of how I bought and sold more companies, keeping those that shared my ethos, breaking up and selling others. Because he's Richard Gere from Pretty Woman. Mergers and acquisitions, she muses. The very same. Also, Thomas Crown and the Thomas Crown Affair did the same thing. I moved into shipping 2 years ago. Now I'm wondering which one came first. Yeah, I think they might have been back to back years even. Because they're both late 90s films. I think Pretty Woman maybe came out. I think Thomas Crown Affair is 98. So I think Pretty Woman might have been first. I'll have to look that up later. And from there, on to improving food production. Our test sites in Africa are pioneering a new agricultural techniques for higher crop yields. Feed the world, Anna teases me. Yes, something like that. You're very philanthropic. I can afford to be. This is delicious, Anna says as she takes another spoonful of chowder. It was definitely happy juice because she's been entirely, infatuated with him in a really weird way today. One of my favorites, I respond. You told me you like sailing, and emotions to the boats outside. Yes, I've been coming here since I was a kid. Elliot and I learned to sail at the sail school here. Do you sail? No. So what does a young woman from Monsanto do to keep herself amused? I take a sip of my beer. Read. It always comes back to books with you, doesn't it? Yes. What happened between Ray and your mom? There's a question. They drifted apart. My mom's such a romantic, and Ray, well, he's more practical. She'd been in Washington all her life. She wanted adventure. Did she find any? She found Steve. In other words, she cheated. Her expression darkens as if the mention of his name leaves a nasty taste in her mouth, but she never talks about him. Oh, yes, I don't think that was a happy time for her. I wondered if she regretted leaving Ray after that. And you stayed with him. Yes, he needed me more than my mom did. From the school of, really, really bad parents. Why are parents in movies usually quite awful? We talk freely and easily. Anna's a good listener and much more forthcoming about herself this time. Further proof that it was happy juice. Perhaps it's because she now knows that I love her. I love Anna. I think they finally said I love you or something. Yes, yes, I was getting there. Absolutely true. 100% because we know mommy is a gold digger. And they can retcon the number of husbands she had, which they did, but not her personality, which I think the mom is only in 2 scenes. She's in when Anastasia visits her in Georgia. They have one, maybe 2 scenes. I'm counting that as one, and then I think she shows up for the wedding, and that's it. There, that's not painful, is it, Cray? She's explaining how much she disliked living in Texas and Vegas because of the heat. She prefers the cooler climate in Washington. I hope she stays in Washington. Yes, with me. Like moving in? Cray, you're getting ahead of yourself here. Not really. Not at the pace their relationship is going. Take her sailing. I glance at my watch and drain my beer. Shall we go? We settle up for lunch and head outside in the mild summer sunshine. I wanted to show you something. Holding hands, we amble past the smaller boats anchored in the marina. I spot the Grace's mast towering above the smaller boats as we near her mooring. My anticipation escalates. I haven't been sailing for a while, and now I get to take my girl. Leaving the main promenade, we step onto the dock and then down into a narrower pontoon. At the Grace, I stop. I thought we'd go sailing this afternoon. This is my boat. My catamaran. my pride and joy. Oh, you know who else had a catamaran? Thomas Crown. Hannah's impressed. Built by my company. She's been designed from the ground up to be the very best naval architects in the world by the very best naval architects in the world and constructed here in Seattle at my yard. Oh, he owns a shipyard. Yeah, that's from Richard Gere and Pretty Woman. She has hybrid electric drives, asymmetric dagger boards, and a square-topped mainsail. I have no idea what any of this means. Okay, Anna says, holding up her hands. You've lost me, Christian. I think he's lost, like, almost everybody. Don't get carried away, Gray. She's a great boat. I can't conceal my admiration. She looks mighty fine, Mr. Gray. That she does, Miss Steele. What's her name? I take her hand and show her The Grace, written in an elaborate scroll on the side. You named her after your mom? Anna sounds surprised. Yes. Why do you find that strange? Because you hate your mother. Both of them. She shrugs at a loss for words. I adore my mom, Anastasia. I wouldn't name a boat after... Why wouldn't I name a boat after her? Because you hate her. No, it's not just... No, it's not that. It's just... Anastasia, Grace Trevelyan Gray saved my life. I owe her everything. That sentiment I can understand. Doesn't mean he loves her. And there's our Easter egg for the other series, Trevelyan. Oh, I forgot to check and see how the movie for that's coming along. I wonder if they've hired a cast yet. Good luck there. Her smile is uncertain, and I wonder what's going through her head, and what I might have done to make her think I don't love my mother. How about everything? Okay, so I once told Anna I didn't have a heart, but there's always been room for my family and what's left of it. Even Elliot. Why does he suddenly hate his brother in these ones? They weren't close, but they they had like a dude bro relationship before. Now he hates him, and his brother's a douchebag playboy. Like, what happened? I didn't know there was space for anyone else, but there's an Anna-shaped space. This is worse than Attack of the Clones. I'm calling it now. It's worse than Attack of the Clones. And she's filled it to overflowing. I try to swallow it. I can't. That's too much. The Anna-shaped hole. I can't. That's getting highlighted because it's so bad. Oh my god. I want to pour that over my head. I swallow as I try to contain the depths of the feelings I have for her. She's bringing my heart back to life. Bringing me back to life. Do you want to come aboard, I ask, before I say something sappy. Like you haven't already? Yes, please. Hello to the people coming in. Nice to see you. Taking my hand, she follows me as I stride up the gangplank onto the aft deck. Mac appears, startling Anna when he opens the sliding doors to the main saloon. Mr. Gray, welcome back. We shake hands. Anastasia, this is Liam McConnell. Liam, my girlfriend Anastasia Steele. How do you do, she says to Liam. Call me Mac. Welcome aboard, Miss Steele. Anna, please. How's she shaping up, Mac? I ask. She's ready to rock and roll, sir, he says with a huge grin. Let's get underway then. You're going to take her out, he asks. Yep, I reply. I wouldn't miss this for the world. Quick tour, Anastasia? We go through the sliding doors. Anna scans the inside, and I know she's impressed, because of course she is. The interior's been created by a Swedish designer based in Seattle. All clean lines and light oak that give the saloon a bright and airy feel. I've adopted the same look throughout the Grace. This is the main saloon. Callie beside. I wave in its direction. Bathrooms on either side. I point them out, then lead her through the small door to my cabin. Anna gasps at the sight of the bed. This is the master cabin. You're the first girl in here apart from my family. I hold her and kiss her. They don't count. Might have to christen this bed. I knew it. I knew as soon as they said bed, I'm like, yeah, they're totally, yeah. I whisper against her lips, but not right now. Come, Mac will be casting off. I lead Anna back into the main saloon. Office is in there, and the front here, 2 more cabins. So how many can sleep on board? It's a 6-berth cat. I've only ever had the family on board, though. I like to sail alone, but not when you're here. I need to keep an eye on you. From the chest by the sliding door, I extract a bright red life jacket. Here. I slip it over her head and tighten the straps. You love strapping me in, don't you? In any form. I wink at her. You're a pervert. I know. My pervert, she teases. This is so much worse than Attack of the Clones. Yes, yours. Once I fasten the buckles, I grab the side of the life jacket and kiss her quickly. Always, I say, and release her before she can respond. Notice he's not putting on a life jacket? Come. We go outside and up the steps to the top deck in the cockpit. Below, at the dock, Mac is casting off the bow line. He leaps back on board. This is where you learned all your rope tricks. Is Anna pretending to be naive? Clove hitches have come in handy, Miss Steele. You sound curious. I like you curious. I'd be more than happy to demonstrate what I can do with a rope. Time and place, dude. You are not alone. Anna goes quiet. I think I've upset her. Damn. Yeah, you think? There's another person standing, like, right here! Doi. Okay, really trying not to run out my highlighter. Oh, something's happened. Yeah, I agree with you, Persnickety. Well, fuck. God damn it. Fucking hell. I really wish I could throw things right now. A lot of things, because fucking hell. God damn it. This is bad. This is really bad. Fucking hell. Yes, the U.S. has attacked Iran, so welcome to another never-ending war in the Middle East. Yeah, in like 15 minutes, I may just chug this for free. Don't ask me why I've changed my starting to drink time to 9. I just have, and it's one of my, like, on the spectrum things that when I set a time for things, I can't move it. Because I'm trying to get, like, a more scheduled day-to-day, because I function better on a schedule. This is partially why I always did so well in school. Because it was, like, scheduled, it was organized, it was predictable, you know, everything was on a time schedule. That helped a lot. I don't fucking Well, I can say we're not going to follow the U.S. on this war any more than we did the first. I wonder if France will join them again this time, though. I'm going with no, because Macron and Trump don't really get along. And also Macron, for whatever else he is, he's not stupid. Plus, France really has no dog in the fight, so... Gotcha, she giggles, pleased with herself. Okay, apparently she's not upset about openly discussing their sex life in front of other people. Okay. Well, that's not fair. I narrow my eyes. I may have to deal with you later, but right now I've got to drive my boat. Right, so she can't even, play a joke on you. I sit down at the captain's chair and fire up the twin 55 horsepower engines. I switch off the blower and Max scoots along the top deck, grabbing the guardrail, then bounces down to the aft deck to release the stern lines. He waves at me and I radio the Coast Guard to get the all clear. I take the Grace out of idle, move the shifter forward, and ease the throttle, and my beautiful boat glides out of her berth. Hannah's waving to the small crowd that's gathered on the dock to witness our departure. Would that actually happen? You're not the Titanic, dude. I tug her back between my legs. See this? I point to the VHF. That's our radio, our GPS, our AIS, the radar. What is the AIS? That identifies us to shipping. This is our depth gauge. Grab the wheel. Aye, aye, Captain. She salutes me. I pilot us very slowly out of the marina, Anna's hands beneath mine on the wheel. We turn onto the open water and we sweep across the sound in a large arc until we're heading northwest towards the Olympic Peninsula and Bainbridge Island. The wind is moderate at 15 knots, but I know once we get the sheets up, the Grace will fly. I love this. Challenging myself against the elements in a boat I've helped design using skills I spent a lifetime perfecting. It's thrilling. He's 28. You can't say lifetime when you're 28. Sail time, I say to Anna. I cannot contain my excitement. Here, you take her. Keep her on this course. Anna looks freaked out. Baby, it's really easy. Hold the wheel and keep your eye on the horizon over the bow. You'll do great. You always do. When the sails go up, you'll feel the drag. Just hold her steady. I'll signal like this. I make a slashing motion with my hand across my throat, and you can cut the engines. This button here. I point to the engine's kill button. Understand? Yes, but she looks uncertain. I know she's got this. She always does. Again, giving her way too much credit for things. Yeah, right? Nobody would notice. He does that everywhere though. He's such a narcissist that he assumes everyone's always looking at him and he extends that to her. This is why he thinks that everyone is always hitting on one of them. Every single person they encounter, he thinks if it's a guy, they're hitting on his girl. If it's a woman, that they want him immediately and unreservedly. Such a narcissist and an egomaniac. I give her a quick kiss and bound on the top deck to prep and hoist the mainsail. Mac and I crank in unison, making light work of it. When the wind catches the sheet, we lurch forward and I glance at Anna, but she's holding us steady. Mac and I work on the head sail and it flies up the mast, welcoming the wind and harnessing its power. Hold her steady, baby, and cut the engines, I shout over the roar of the wind and the waves, and I motion to her. Anna presses the button and the roar of the engine ceases as we whip across the sea, flying northwest. I join Anna at the wheel. The wind is lashing her hair around her face. She's exhilarated, her cheeks flushed with joy. What do you think? I yell above the call of the sea and the wind. Christian, this is fantastic. You wait until the spiney's up. I point with my chin. I point to Mac, who's raising the spinnaker. Some kind of nautical term. I'm assuming is another sail. Interesting color, Anna shouts. I give her a knowing wink. Yep, the color of my playroom. So the boat he named after his mother has sails the color of his playroom. Yeah, Freud called. He's got time this afternoon. The wind pumps up the spinney and the Grace charges ahead, unleashing her power and giving us a thrilling ride. Anna looks from the spinnaker to me. Asymmetrical sail. For speed. I call out. I've pushed the Grace to 20 knots, but the wind has to be in our favor for that kind of speed. It's amazing, she shouts. How fast are we going? She's doing 15 knots. I have no idea what that means. Fair. It's about 17 miles an hour. Is that all? It feels much faster. Anna's radiant. Her joy is infectious. I squeeze her hands on the wheel. You look lovely, Anastasia. It's good to see some color in your cheeks and not from blushing. You look like you do in Jose's photos. Wow, I'm very surprised he said that. Yes, this is true. Oh. Very, 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 very true. Fuzzy kitty. Definitely getting a haircut later. She turns in my arms and kisses me. You know how to show a girl a good time, Mr. Gray. We aim to please Miss Steele. She turns back to face the bow, and I smooth her hair away from her neck and kiss her. I like seeing you happy. I murmur in her ear as we careen across Puget Sound. We anchor in the cove near Headley Spit on Bainbridge Island. Together, Mac and I lower the dinghy so he can go ashore and visit a friend in Point Monroe. I'll see you in about an hour, Mr. Gray. Oh, so this is when they're going to have sex. He descends into the small boat, gives Anna a wave, and fires up the outboard motor. I vault up to the aft deck where Anna is standing and grab her hand. I don't need to watch Mac speed towards the lagoon. I have more pressing business to attend to. What do you bet he's got like an entire drawer of condoms? What are we going to do now? Anna asks as I take her into the saloon. I have plans for you, Miss Steele. And with indecent haste, I drag her into my cabin. Why is he always dragging? Why? Why can't he just say, come here? Or follow me, or come with me? Why is he always grabbing and dragging? He's always doing it. I hear the sound of another puppy. Bo's not feeling the need to wake up and respond. How he's under his puppy bed, wrapped up in his blanket like usual, and not melting, I don't know. But this heat is not putting him off like being wrapped up in warm, soft things. She's smiling as I make quick work of her life jacket and toss it to the floor. Once it's off, she stares at me, remaining mute. But her teeth tease her bottom lip, and I don't know if it's deliberate or an unconscious lure. I want to make love to her. On my boat. It will be another first. That actually surprises me. That, like, when he bought it and it was, like, finished, he didn't bring one of his subs here just to fuck on the boat and, like, really make it his kind of thing. Caressing her face with the tips of my fingers, I move them slowly down her chin, her neck, and her sternum to the first closed button on her blouse. Her eyes never waver from mine. I want to see you. With my thumb and forefinger, I undo the button. She stands absolutely still, her breathing accelerated. I know she's mine to do with as I please. My girl. So there it is. There's like the most definitive statement of the entire series. Yep. She's mine to do with as I please. Uh-huh. Like that whole line, mine to do with as I please, just says that in his mind she is a toy. She is a fuck doll. She is not a person. She's a thing for him to put his dick in, and that's it. Like, and that's why he doesn't treat her with any autonomy, because again, she's not a person to him. She's a toy that he's playing with, and when he gets bored, he'll get another one. I stand back to give her some room. Strip for me, I whisper. Her lips part and her eyes blaze with desire. Slowly she brings her fingers up to the next fastened button, and at a snail's pace undoes it, then moves with the same infuriating pace to the next one. Fuck. She's taunting me. Minx. Hey, you told her to strip. And there's no music. If you're going to tell somebody to strip, you should be obligated to provide music. When the final button is undone and she pulls her shirt apart and shrugs out of it, letting it fall to the floor. She's wearing a white lacy bra, her nipples taut against the lace, and she's a fine, fine sight. Her fingers run down past her navel and toy with the top button of her jeans. Sweetheart, you need to take your shoes off. I'm going to torch that. Stop. Sit. Literally talking to her like she's a dog. I point to the edge of the bed and she complies. I fall to my knees and undo the laces of first one, then the other sneaker, pulling them off, followed by her socks. I pick up her foot and kiss the soft pad of her big toe, then graze it with my teeth. Gotta have a dash of like foot fetish in there. Ah, she breathes. And the sound is music to my dick. She really likes that line. I swear it's in every single one of the books. I really think that it is. Music to my dick. Oh, I'm gonna lose my mind tonight. I'm absolutely gonna lose my mind. So stupid. Oh, can I drink yet? 30 seconds. Standing, I hold out my hand and pull her from the bed. Continue. I give her the floor and step back to enjoy the show. I would be so offended to be treated like this. Like, unless we had pre-agreed to this or something, or like I was agreeing to put on a show, being just told to do it and him sitting back like the it's making me think of the Lady Gaga Bad Romance music video. But him just like leaning back on the bed like, yeah, perform for me, baby, strip for me, put on a show for me. You would so be talking to yourself very quickly. With a wanton look at me, she undoes the button and tugs down her zipper at the same slow pace. She hooks her thumbs into her waistband and slowly shimmies out of her jeans, sliding them down her legs. She's wearing a thong, so she's very uncomfortable. A thong. Wow. I was actually talking to somebody last night about thongs and why they are, like, just a terrible invention. She unfastens her bra and slides the straps down her arms before dropping it on the floor. I want to touch her, and I clench my fists to stop myself. She slips off her thong and lets it fall to her ankles, where she steps out of it and stands before me. She is all woman, and I want her. All of her. Her body, her heart, and her soul. That's like such a serial killer line. You have her heart, Gray. She loves you. Yes, 'cause she said it. I grab the hem of my sweater and pull it over my head, then my t-shirt. I slip out of my socks and shoes. Her eyes never leave mine. Her look is scorching, yet she's just standing there naked. I move to undo my jeans. She puts her hands over mine. Let me, she whispers. Oh God, if she goes down, I swear, I'll die. I will die. I will absolutely die. I knew I shouldn't have worn pants tonight. Too hot for pants. I'm impatient to get out of my jeans, but I give her a big smile. Be my guest. She steps forward and slips her hand over the waistband of my jeans and tugs, so I'm forced to take a step closer to her. She undoes the top button. Hey, it's 2 minutes past 9. Nastrovia. Okay, I'm glad I remembered to clean this. This tastes weird. Yeah, this tastes really bitter. Maybe it's old. I don't know, can wine in a box go old? She undoes the top button, but she doesn't undo the zipper. Instead, her intrepid fingers meander from the zipper to trace the straining outline of my cock. Instinctively, I flex my hips, pushing my erection into her hand. This is not sexy. You're getting so bold, Anna. So brave. I cradle her face with my hands and kiss her, easing my tongue into her mouth, while she places her hands on my hips and circles her thumbs against my skin, just above the waistband of my jeans. As are you, she breathes against my lips. Getting there, I answer. She tugs down my fly, pushes her hand inside my pants, and takes hold of my cock. I'm just gonna die every time he says it. I growl in appreciation, and my lips find hers, and I fold her in my arms, feeling her soft skin against mine. The darkness is gone. She knows where to touch me, and how to touch me. There isn't much of a science to that. Her hand tightens around me, squeezing hard, and her hand moves up and down, pleasuring me. I tolerate a few moves, then whisper, "Oh, I want you so much, baby." Yeah, because he's probably about to finish before they even get started. I step back and remove my pants and underwear and stand before her naked, ready. When is he not? He's always ready. Her eyes scan my body, but as she does, that V appears between her brows. What's wrong, Anna? I ask, and gently stroke her cheek. Is she reacting to my scars? She's seen those before. Nothing. Love me now, she says. Embracing her, I kiss her with fervor, my fingers tangling in her hair. I'll never get enough of her mouth, her lips, her tongue. I walk her backward and gently lower us both onto the bed. Laying beside her, I run my nose along her jawline, inhaling deeply. Orchids, apples, summer, and a mellow fall. Seriously, E.L. James is like some kind of scent obsession. She's all of these things. Do you have any idea how exquisite your scent is, Anna? It's irresistible. At first you could say that's just like leftover Twilight stuff because of Edward's thing about how like Bella smells like heroin, but it's in the other series too, and all the more so. It's repeated about 300 times throughout those two what each of them smells like, which is why I still say that's going to be the merchandising, that and the dragon nightlight. That's going to be it. Because what else are you going to market? Expensive shotguns, fancy sports cars. You can't use that for your branding. With my lips, I trace a line down her throat, across her breasts, kissing her as I go, breathing in her essence as I travel down her body. You're so beautiful. I suck gently on a nipple. She moans and her body bows off the bed. The sound makes me harder. Let me hear you, baby. I cup her breasts, then move to her waist, enjoying the feel of her smooth skin under my fingers. I move past her hip, her ass, down to her knee, while I kiss and suckle her breasts. Holding her knee, I hitch it up and her legs hitch up her leg and curl it over my hips. She gasps and I revel in her reaction. Rolling over, I take her with me so she's on top of me. I hand her a condom from the side table. I knew it, 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 I knew it. I knew it, I knew it, I knew it. I knew he'd have condoms already waiting. They weren't in his jeans pocket. They were in the side table. I called it. Imagine him phoning up like, hey, Mac, I'm going to take the boat out this morning, but can you go to a pharmacy and get some condoms and put them in the bedside table? Because he must have, because we know he hates condoms, so there were none on the boat before today. So, yeah, he must have told the guy to put the condoms there. Her delight is clear, and she scoots down so she's sitting on my thighs. She grabs my erection and leans down and kisses the tip. Don't make me throw up. Her hair falls, forming a curtain around my cock as she takes me into her mouth. I said don't! Fuck, it's erotic. Well, you're getting a blowjob. What else would it be? She consumes me, sucking hard, skimming her teeth over me. That just sounds painful. Like, isn't the skin there kind of delicate? I'd be worried about using teeth. I groan and flex my hips so I'm deeper in her mouth. She lets me go, tears open the foil packet, and unrolls the condom on my rigid dick. I hold out my hands to help her balance, and she takes them both, and slowly, oh so slowly, sinks down on me. Oh, God. It's so good. I close my eyes and tip my head back as she takes me, and I give myself over to her. She moans and I place my hands on her hips and move her up and then down as I push up, consuming her. Oh, baby, I whisper, and I want more. So much more. I sit up so we're nose to nose and I'm cradling her ass with my thighs, and I'm buried deep inside her. She gasps and grabs my arms as I hold her head and stare into her beautiful eyes that shine with her love and desire. Okay, can we be done with this now? Oh, Anna, what you make me feel, I say and kiss her with unbridled passion. Oh, I love you, she says, and I close my eyes. Anna loves me. I roll her over, her legs locked around my waist, and look down at her in wonder. I love you too, more than you'll ever know. Slowly, tenderly, gently, I start to move, relishing every treasured inch of her. This is me, Anna. All of me. And I love you. I place my arm around her head, cocooning her in my embrace while she touches my arms, my hair, and my ass with her fingers. I kiss her mouth, her chin, her jaw. I push her higher and higher until she's on the brink. Her body starts to tremble. She's panting. She's ready. That's right, baby. Give it up for me. Please, Anna. Christian, she cries out as she comes around me and I let go. Still spelling cum wrong. We still cannot spell cum correctly. Oh, big stretch. You know, what's interesting is Kitty is laying right over there. He's repositioned himself probably 50 times since I started. It's like, are you actually getting any sleep or are you just like very slowly exercising? Oh. Where is Sasha baby tonight? Looking out the door for rogue rabbits. Or stealing all the blankets, even though it's hot. Or the ever popular begging for food. Even if you don't have food, she can still look at you with the look that says food. Ugh, this is definitely running out. I think I have one more in my purse, though, so that might get me through the summer. Ow. Better. I haven't even been gaming all day. Usually when my fingers are like stiff and kind of sore, it's because I've been playing Switch for like 10 hours. I also realized today I worn through one of the joysticks on the Switch. I thought it was just really shiny from being touched so much, but no, I've actually worn the rubber off it and the plastic is showing through. This is not a reason to buy new Joy-Cons because it's expensive, but I'm starting to consider those. They make these little like rubber, like basically caps to put on the joysticks. They're usually like some kind of theme, like flowers or hearts or kitties or whatever. You know, I've never paid them any attention, but I'm starting to think they might be a good idea because I don't want to. Because once it gets down to the plastic, what's going to happen if I keep playing it? Of course, it's going to break the plastic, and then it's just going to be a pointy stick, and I don't want to be putting my thumb on that trying to play. So if I can get them for like $1 or something, I'm sure there's like generic ones that have to be like $1 on eBay or something. The afternoon sun filters through the portholes, casting watery reflections over the cabin ceiling. It's so peaceful out here on the water. Maybe we could sail around the world, just Anna and me. That sounds like hell. She dozes beside me, my beautiful, passionate girl. Anna. Why does she always fall asleep after sex? I mean, we know the answer, but most women are not like this. The only thing I want after sex is a pizza and vodka. I remember thinking how those 3 letters had the power to wound, but now I know they also have the power to heal. She doesn't know the real you. I frown at the ceiling. This thought keeps plaguing me. Why? It's because I want to be honest with her. Flynn thinks I should trust her and tell her, but I don't have the nerve. She'll leave. No. I banish the thought and enjoy having her for a few more minutes. Okay, dude, she already, like, this is the part that makes no sense. If he had never said anything about his mommy issues or about needing to, quote, beat and whip brown-haired little girls, then him revealing the why of it, that it's basically a form of revenge on his dead mother, and that the idea of beating her for being a bad mother and making her cry gets him off, which is twisted in and of its own right. If he had not told her what he's told her before, that might be a big revelation. But it's not, because he's pretty much told her that already. Like, he's already told her the why. The only thing he didn't say was, it's because of my mom. But that's not a giant leap, and she's seen the picture. Like, honestly, when she saw the picture, that should have been the end of it. She should have realized, oh my god, I look like his mother, so do all of his subs, because we all look the same. Ding ding. But no, Book will treat it like it's some deep dark secret that's just too awful to take. I've heard worse. A lot worse. Mac will be back soon. I'm sorry to have broken the peaceful silence between us. She mumbles, but her eyes open and she smiles. As much as I'd like to lie here all afternoon, he'll need a hand with the dinghy. I kiss her lips. Anna, you look so beautiful right now. All mussed up and sexy. Makes me want you more. She strokes my face. She sees me. No, Anna, you don't know me. Reluctantly, I clamber out of bed and she turns and lies on her stomach. You ain't so bad yourself, Captain, she says with appreciation as I dress. I sit down beside her to put on my shoes. Captain, eh? I muse. Well, I am master of this vessel. Wouldn't he need an actual captain's license? Like, I'm pretty sure he does. So, like, this is not as cute as I think it is. You are the master of my heart, Mr. Gray. Definitely worse than Attack of the Clones. Definitely worse. That is just how could somebody say that to you and you don't just bust out laughing immediately? Like, seriously. Like, her being this sappy and saccharine is definitely lending to my theory that this is an orchestrated plan between her mother and a couple other women to trick him into marrying her, because she seems to be pushing for it at this point. You know, just gently leading him along the trail of, you know, now she loves you. It's been like, what, 3 weeks at this point that they've known each other? If it's been that much? I wanted to be your master in a different way, but this is good. I think I can do this. I kiss her. I'll be on deck. There's a shower in the bathroom if you want one. Do you need anything? A drink? Because let's just add more booze to everything. She's amused, and I know it's at my expense. What? I ask. You. What about me? Who are you, and what have you done with Christian? He's not very far away, baby. Yeah, because you're not acting like you. You're acting almost normal. At least the out loud parts. I answer, and anxiety knots like ivy around my heart. You'll see him soon enough, especially if you don't get up. I smack her ass so that she laughs and yelps at once. You had me worried. She feigns concern. Did I now? You do give off some mixed signals, Anastasia. How's a man supposed to keep up? I give her a swift kiss. Laters, baby. Oh, please die with that sentence. I leave her to get dressed. Mac arrives 5 minutes later, and together we get the dinghy fastened onto its rig at the stern. How is your friend? I ask. Was he also, like, getting laid? I'm going with yes. In good spirits. You could have stayed longer, I say, and missed the trip back. Yes. Nah, I can't stay away from this lady too long, Max says, and pats the hull of the Grace. I grin. I get it. My phone buzzes. Taylor, I answer, and Anna opens the sliding door to the saloon. She's holding her life jacket. Good afternoon, Mr. Gray. The apartment is clear, Taylor says. You said that before, and Layla was still there. I would not be taking this at face value. I pull Anna close and kiss her hair. That's great news. We've been through every room, and that took an entire night and day, apparently. Good. We've also been through all the CCTV footage of the last 3 days. You know what would have helped? If somebody was watching that in real time and saw her breaking in and called the police. See, it's no good having top-rate security if you don't actually use it. Yes, it's been illuminating. Really. Miss Williams was coming through the stairwell. The fire escape stairwell. Because it's not like that would have an alarm on it of any kind. Yes, she had a key and climbed all those floors to get there. I see. Wow, that's some climb. The locks have been changed and it's safe for you to return. We have your luggage. Will you be coming back this evening? Okay, how does he have the authority to change the locks in a fire escape stairwell when he doesn't own the building? Like, other people need to use that stairwell if there's a fire. Like, there's so many ways they could have made that make sense. So it's like she deliberately chose something that's just, like, really implausible and really stupid. Yes. When can we expect you? Tonight. Very good, sir. I hang up and Mac fires up the engines. Time to head back. I give Anna a swift kiss and strap her into her life jacket. Because of course he does. Because that's what he likes to do. I knew I should have brought my other fan out here. It's such a pain in the ass lugging it from the bedroom out here or vice versa. I definitely may take this one into the bedroom tonight because I cannot sleep when it's too hot. The power goes out again. Ugh. At least it was only out for like 20 minutes because I looked it up on my phone and they were like this happened at like 8:30 in the morning, and on the Hydro website it was like, we're aware of the outage. We plan to have it fixed between 1 and 3. So I was expecting it to be off for several hours. So glad that it wasn't. Ugh. 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 Really bitter. Weird. Anna is a keen and willing deckhand. Between us, we hoist and stow the mainsail, the head sheet, and the spinny. Still not sure if it's spinny or spiny. Well, Max steers. I teach her how to tie 3 knots, and this she's not so good at, and I find it hard to keep a straight face. I may tie you up one day, she promises. You'll have to catch me first, Miss Steele. It's a long time since anyone tied me up, but I'm not sure I'd like it anymore. I shudder, thinking how defenseless I'd be against her touch. Shall I give you a more thorough tour of the Grace? Please, it's so beautiful. Where else is there to go? I get it's a big boat, but it ain't that big. Like, what has she not seen yet? Anna stands in my arms at the wheel, just before we make the turn into the marina. She looks so happy. and she makes me happy. She's been fascinated by the Grace and all that I've shown her. Even the engine room. I almost said it. I almost said the engine like boiler maintenance room is like the only thing. Hey, fun fact this week, I think it was yesterday exactly, 50th anniversary of Jaws. Cannot believe that movie is 50 years old. It still holds up. Like, other than like a little bit of the language maybe being dated. But other than that, also very surprised that there wasn't like a like 4K Blu-ray Criterion edition 50th anniversary edition put out. Though given how old it is, they've probably like released every possible version. But it would be nice to see it in like HD. I think it would look good. You know, maybe find some old like deleted scenes and try and put them back in. Because you know Spielberg's got them. You know, somewhere in the basement, he's got a box with like old film reels of Jaws deleted scenes. It's been fun. I take a deep breath, and the salt water in the air cleansing my soul. And I'm reminded of a quote from one of my favorite books, a memoir, Wind, Sand, and Stars. There is a poetry of sailing as old as the world, I murmur in her ear. That sounds like a quote. It is. Anton de Saint-Exupéry? Oh, I adore The Little Prince. I've never heard of this, and I don't know where it's from, but it's making me think of Chronicles of Narnia. Me too. I pilot us into the marina and then slowly turn the Grace and reverse into the berth. The crowd that gathered to watch is dispersed by the time Mac jumps onto the dock and ties the stern lines to two boat dock cleats. Okay, again, why would there be a crowd? And now it's like, and it's been like all day. Like, there's not a crowd. Nobody cares. There's other giant boats. Ugh. Back again, I say to Anna, and as usual, I'm a little reluctant to leave the Grace. Thank you. It was a perfect afternoon. I thought so too. Perhaps we can enroll you in sailing school, so we can go out for a few days, just the two of us. Or we could sail around the world, Anna, just you and me. See, that would be like a good honeymoon idea. I mean, I still would never do it because you'd go crazy and kill each other, but I'd love that. We can christen the bedroom again and again. Yeah, it only counts the first time. I kiss her under her ear. I look forward to it, Anastasia. She squirms with pleasure. Come, the apartment is clean. We can go back. I would not be trusting that at all. What about our things at the hotel? Taylor's collected them already, earlier today. After he did a sweep of the Grace with his team. I was wondering, like, why he didn't at least have, like, a security person with them, like, to the docks or something. But I guess that... Does that poor man ever sleep? Nope. Clearly not. He sleeps. He's just doing his job, Anastasia, which he's very good at. Jason is a real find. Jason Taylor. Was that his name in the first ones? Or did we just never learn his name? I can't remember, but I don't remember his name being Jason. Like, I really think we just never, like, learned his first name. I don't like it. Hannah's smile is tender. You're fond of Taylor, I observe. He's gonna fire him for liking her. I suppose I am. I think Taylor looks after you very well. That's why I like him. He seems kind, reliable, and loyal. He has an avuncular appeal to me. Avuncular. Yes. Okay, avuncular. I know what that means, but my brain is failing me right now. Taylor's name. We just learned that his first name apparently is Jason. I don't remember that from the other books, but I also think it's possible that we just never learned his first name in the other books. So this might be the first time we've heard it. But I could have sworn he had a different first name. Again, if we've heard it. It's been too long. I really don't remember, but like it's possible that in the other ones he was just always called Taylor. So like maybe she felt the need to give him a first name in these. So I think even in the movies he's just credited as Taylor. I don't even think it's Mr. I think it's just Taylor because I think they probably didn't know if that was first name or last name. Very cute. Yeah, I know. Like, no, there's like he wouldn't care. He wouldn't care. Like, it'd be like I was watching the other night with a friend, um, a British series, older one, called Time Crashers, where they took 10 celebrities. Kirstie Alley's in it, which is so cool. Like, R.I.P. Kirstie Alley, we miss her, but she's in it. She's hilarious, and they take them like back in time to recreate past eras. And one of them they went to, of course, was the Edwardian age, which is where we find Downton Abbey. It was like 1913. And back then, Downton Abbey didn't do this because you just couldn't get away with it on TV. It would have been too rude. But back then, the servants, nobody would know their names. It didn't matter what their names were. The women were always referred to as Jane. So if the mistress or anyone said Jane, all of the female servants in the room were expected to stop and turn, and you were never allowed to look at them. But whoever they pointed to, because they would say Jane, and like 3 people would stop, and they would just point like you, and then you would go to them and attend on them, and the men would either be called William or James, and that's what you would be called your whole life as a servant. They would never bother to learn your first name. Which I feel like kind of not much has changed in that regard. Anna laughs. Oh, Christian, grow up for heaven's sake. There's a phrase that needed to be said more, a lot more. By the way, I ripped out the pages of the first one to record the lines for the burn video. 87 pages. I may have to cut that down just a little bit. They're all here, waiting for me to read the lines and then torch them. I was going to do it today, but it was just too hot to play with fire. But it will be here for next week. I can commit to that. Next week we will have the burn video. I have the music in my head. I just have to actually find it now. Because YouTube's music studio, they don't make it easy to search. And they only have like 6 categories that they separate music by. And I'm like, there's a lot more categories of music than that. What? She's scolding me. Why? Because I'm possessive? Maybe that's childish. You think? Maybe. I'm trying, I respond. That you are. Very, she says, looking towards the ceiling. What memories you evoke when you roll your eyes at me, Anastasia? Well, if you behave yourself, maybe we can relieve some of those memories. I'm not sure if she means relive or relive. Behave myself. Really, Miss Steele, what makes you think I want to relive them? Probably the way your eyes light up like Christmas when I said that. You know me so well already, I say. I'd like to know you better. And I you, Anastasia. Come, let's go. Mac has lowered the gangplank, allowing me to lead Anna to the dock. Thanks, Mac. I shake his hand. Always a pleasure, Mr. Gray. And goodbye, Anna. Great to meet you. Good day, Mac. Thank you. Anna replies, and she looks a little shy. Together, Anna and I walk up the promenade, leaving Mac on the Grace. Where is Mac from? Anna asks. Ireland. Northern Ireland. Like the name didn't tell you that. Why is my signal crashing? I swear it's StreamYard. It's been like this for a while. Is he your friend? Mac? He works for me. Helped build the Grace. Do you have many friends? No. What would I need friends for? Not really. Doing what I do, I don't cultivate friendships. There's only... Shit. I stop myself. I don't want to mention Elena. Hungry? I ask, feeling food might be a safer topic. Anna nods. We'll eat where I left the car. Come. So you're going back to the same place? Oh, hello, kitty. Now he's really after the fly. He's almost stood up. Yeah, you may have noticed he's a lazy kitty. And that precedes him being a fat kitty. And more fire trucks. Last night, I don't know what was going on, but there was like 9 cars blocking the street near me and honking at each other for about 20 minutes. People yelling. I don't know if like somebody hit somebody and then like a bunch of people got involved. It was a lot. Okay, this tastes better now. Or maybe I'm just used to it. No, this genuinely tastes better. You think it's because I left the glass sitting for an hour? Could that really make it like go bitter in the air or something? Doesn't wine do something like that when it's exposed to oxygen? I don't really know. Anna and I are seated at a table in B's, an Italian bistro next to SP's. She reads the menu while I take a sip of a fine chilled Frascati. I'm going to assume that's some kind of wine. I like watching her read. Has he found anything he doesn't like watching her do yet? What? Anna asks when she looks up. You look lovely, Anastasia. The outdoors agrees with you. I feel rather windburned, to tell the truth, but I had a lovely afternoon. A perfect afternoon, thank you. My pleasure. Can I ask you something? Anything, Anastasia, you know that. You don't seem to have many friends. Why is that? I told you, I don't really have time. I have business associates, though that's very different from friendships, I suppose. I have my family, and that's it. I shrug. Apart from Elena. Thankfully, she ignores my Elena comment. Didn't he literally just say that he didn't want to mention Elena because he knows how much it pisses her off? No male friends your own age that you can just go out with and let off steam? No, just Elliot. See, I feel like they had a closer relationship in the first one, yet he has not been mentioned. I think he was like in chapter 1 very, very briefly, and he's off fucking her roommate in Barbados at this point, I think. Because who wouldn't, go on a trip to the Bahamas with somebody that they met like 2 days ago? That's not a recipe to wind up missing and dead. You know how I like to let off steam, Anastasia. My voice is low, and I've been working, building up the business. That's all I do, except sail and fly occasionally. And fuck, of course. He really is just such an absolute toddler sometimes. Not even in college? Not really. Just Elena then. I nod. Where is she going with this? Yeah, you didn't think she really wasn't going to say anything. Like, again, he's really dumb sometimes. Must be lonely. Okay, now there's a fire truck and 2 police cars that I can hear, and they're really close. I think they're at the building that's across the street over there. And police tend to be there kind of frequently. I'm not sure. I've never been to the building, so I don't know. Oh, I am hoping the pool is open here soon, because I really want to go swimming. Damn it! I meant to look for my bathing suit. Damn it! I keep forgetting. You like write it on my hand or something. Because I think I still have this black bathing suit somewhere. I hope I do. Otherwise, I don't have a bathing suit, and then I won't be going swimming, which will suck. Though right now the pool is a really dark shade of green, because apparently something is wrong with something pump filter something, and they're waiting on a part from the States. So God knows how long that's going to take. It was supposed to be open by now. Now they're saying that they hope to have it open by Canada Day, which is in about 10 days. I don't buy it. And also, why are you ordering the part from the States right now? Like, with all the tariffs and the bullshit, like, wouldn't that make it more expensive? Plus, like, Ontario has kind of an insane number of pools. So I'm sure whatever you need to, like, maintain one, we manufacture it here. Layla's words come back to me. But you're lonely. I can see it. I frown. The only time I felt lonely was when Anna left me. It was crippling. I never want to feel like that again. What would you like to eat? I asked, hoping to move the subject on. I'm going for the risotto. That's on my list of try it someday. I would really like to try risotto someday. I like rice. Sounds good. Good choice. I'm picking the waiter over. We place our order. Risotto for Anna, penne for me. The waiter scurries off, and I notice Anna staring down at her lap, nodding her fingers. Something's on her mind. Anastasia, what's wrong? Tell me. She looks at me, continuing to fidget, and I know there's something bothering her. Tell me, I demand. I hate when she's anxious. She sits up, straightening her back. She means business. Yeah, what do you think this is about, dumbass? Shit. Now what? Again, don't have to be a genius here. I'm just worried that this isn't enough for you. You know, to let off steam. Seriously, girl, make an agreement where he can find a local dungeon and have a subby there to whip and abuse but not fuck. You can come and wait in the corner, and when he's done beating her, he can fuck you. Okay, couples have made it work. You know, if you're near Vegas, I know a good place called Lady Heather's. Those are the best episodes of that series. They genuinely are. I love her and Grissom. I also love that the guy who plays Grissom on the commentary denies that he and Lady Heather slept together, even though they're clearly getting intimate. The camera cuts away, and when they come back, she has changed her clothes completely, but he's still in the same clothes, and they're having tea afterwards. It's like, no, they fucked, dude. They totally fucked. He gave in. He got some. I would have rooted for them as a couple. Not that I didn't like Grissom and Sarah Seidel, and I hated how they hand waved that when they brought her back. That was disrespectful. But I would have supported him and Lady Heather having a secret thing on the side, or you know what they should have done is have them be a secret thing on the side for a couple months, have nobody know, and then just have her show up to pick him up from work one day, but the only time we ever see her, she's dressed in her dominatrix clothes. I want to see her in normal clothes, looking like a normal person, maybe with her hair a little styled a little differently, not so severe, different makeup, lighter, basically looking like a soccer mom, and have one of the guys come up and be like, can I help you? And then taking a minute to realize that it's Lady Heather because she looks so different. That would have been good. And then have Grissom come out and meet her, and they leave together. That would have been a really good moment. Anastasia, what's wrong? Tell me. She looks at me, continuing to fidget, and I know there's something bothering her. Tell me, I demanded. I hate when she's anxious. She sits up, straightens her back. She means business. Shit, now what? I'm just worried this isn't enough for you to, let off steam. What? Not this again. Have I given you any indication that it isn't enough? I ask. Well, kinda, sorta. No. Then why do you think that? I know what you're like. What you, need. Yeah, see, this is the problem. It is what he needs. That's not going to change. He's way too old for his sexual habits to change. What gets him off is what gets him off. That's never, ever, ever going to change. So, she's actually right that, yeah, that's going to come to a head at some point. And what she's probably thinking, correctly so, is that if A, he doesn't get it from her, he's either going to, 1, find it somewhere else, most likely, or 2, he's going to come to resent her for not giving it to him, and they're going to wind up having a huge fight and breaking up. Denying your needs to try and be what somebody else wants you to be in a relationship is a recipe for disaster. This is why people trying to change each other is never a good idea. You gotta, take people as they are, meet them where they are. People are who they are. I'm 38 years old. Anybody who wants to date me at this point is going to have to accept me for who and what I am and how I am, because it's not going to change. Her voice is hesitant, and she rounds her shoulders and crosses her arms like she's folding in on herself. I close my eyes and rub my forehead. I don't know what to say. I thought we were having a good time. You are. That's why she felt safe bringing it up. What do I have to do? I whisper. I'm trying, Anna. I'm really trying. Yet that's the point. You're denying large parts of yourself to try, and that's going to bite you in the ass eventually. No, you misunderstand, she says, suddenly animated. You've been amazing, and I know it's just been a few days, but I hope I'm not forcing you to be someone you're not. That's literally what you're doing. And that's what he's doing. I'm not blaming her. This is not her fault. He totally volunteered for this. But that is what it is. And it's never going to work. You know, it's like Taylor Swift said in a very relevant to this story music video, I can make the bad boys good for a weekend. That's what this is. This is making the bad boy good for a weekend, but it ain't gonna be forever. It's gonna go down in flames. Her response is reassuring, but I think she's missing the point. It's still me, Anastasia, in all my 50 shades of fucked up. Ness, I say, searching for the word. How about dysfunction, depravity, disorder? Yes, I have to fight the urge to be controlling, but that's my nature. How I've dealt with my life. When in the fuck has he been fighting his urge to be controlling? Like, that's the problem here. He's supposed to be making this radical change to be with her, and yet he still acts exactly the same as he always has. He is still controlling on every single aspect of absolutely everything. The only thing I can say is that he no longer throws her over his knee and spanks her for rolling her eyes and shit like that. He's learned to, quote, tolerate that. In other words, she's allowed to act like a person occasionally. But he's still controlling and domineering every single aspect. Like, I'm amazed he let her order what she wanted for dinner instead of telling her what he wanted her to eat. You know, so it's kind of not really a true, like, him not being controlling, because he's still controlling. And as long as she goes along with what he's doing, then he doesn't have a reason to want to punish her, but that's where it is. It's not that he's changed. Yes, I expect you to behave in a certain way, and when you don't, it's both challenging and refreshing. We still do what I like to do. You let me spank you after your outrageous bid yesterday. So he's just kind of in his head, like, altering. Right? 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 He has not done this. But this is something that bad romance, and I'm only saying that because it's on the cover, books do, is they pretend that somebody has changed when they have not. When they have not changed at all and they're still exactly the same, you're just ignoring it now and pretending that it isn't there. And that's just not good. Like, this is not sustainable. Because giving her, like, a gentle spanking and then fucking, it's not going to be enough. Like, to use the drug analogy from Twilight, it's like he's sniffing glue. Like, he's gone from, like, pure crack to sniffing glue. He's going to miss the crack at some point. And it's not going to be that long. The thought of last night's arousing encounter preoccupies me for a moment. So all the blood is rushing south again. Gray. Okay, notice. Like, let's look at this. The voice in his head is shouting at him. The voice in his head. I wish he would say whose voice that is, because it's not his. It's not his. It's probably Elena's. You know how you have other people's voices in your head? And, like, you'll do something and you'll hear, like, your mom's voice or, like, an old boyfriend or a teacher or something. You'll hear their voice in your head for a minute. I want to know whose voice is in his head, because it's not his. I bet you anything it's Elena's. It's gotta be. Keeping my voice low, I try to unravel how I feel. I enjoy punishing you. I don't think the urge will ever go, but I'm trying. And it's not as hard as I thought it would be. You've been doing it for like 48 hours. Talk to me in a month, a year, please. Because that's what dude that, like, you know, tried to make his problem my problem when I was, you know, working as a dominatrix and he was a client and didn't want his wife seeing the bruises on his legs, but he enjoyed being beaten. And it's like, dude, being beaten comes with bruises. And no, we did not have a sexual relationship at all. You know, it was purely transactional. But, you know, he called me whining, saying, oh, I had to wear pajamas to bed because you left bruises. Yeah, because you told me to beat you harder. I checked in like every 10 strokes. You kept telling me harder. I gave you what you wanted. That comes with bruises. You need to be a big boy and take responsibility for that. And not call me whining and saying, oh, my wife's getting suspicious. She thinks I might be seeing a dominatrix. Again, I was like his fifth. So, dude, own up and shut up. Like, he's like, oh, she'll leave me if she suspects. No, she won't, or she would have already. Like, embrace who you are and tell other people to deal with it or shut up. And especially as he wasn't asking her to be involved, like, even if I'm a married woman and I know that he's not fucking the dominatrix, then I don't have a problem with this. I mean, it's basically just an extreme form of therapy. Keeping my voice low, I try to unravel how I feel. Wait, I said that already. I don't mind that, Anna says quietly. She's referring to our assignation in my childhood bedroom. See, I would have objected more to the childhood bedroom than anything else. That's the creepy part. I know. Neither did I. I take a deep breath and tell her the truth. But let me tell you, Anastasia, this is all new to me. These last few days have been the best in my life. I don't want to change anything. Yet. Her face brightens. They've been the best in my life, too. Without exception. Well, yeah. For her, I definitely see that. I'm sure my relief is reflected in my smile. Doesn't she have a job somewhere? She persists. So, you don't want to take me into your playroom? Fuck. I swallow. No, I don't. I don't believe him. Why not? She asks. So now we're supposed to say she's like come full circle and she wants to go back to the playroom. Now I'm really in the confessional. The last time we were in there, you left me. I will shy away from anything that could make you leave me again. I was devastated when you left. I explained that. I never want to feel like that again. I've told you how I feel about you. But it hardly seems fair. It can't be very relaxing for you to be constantly concerned about how I feel. That's a very twisted statement. You've made all these changes for me. No, he hasn't. No, he hasn't. No, he hasn't. He has not made changes for you. No, he has not. This is bullshit. See, this is where she's going to be like, but I want to do it for you. Even if I don't like it, I'll let you beat me because I know it's what you need and I love you so much that I can let you do it and just tolerate it for love. That's the worst message to send. Especially in something that is marketed to young women. This is the worst goddamn message. It's like these idiots who go on TikTok and say, well, if a guy slaps you, then he really loves you because he's risking going to jail to hit you, and he only hit you because he loved you so much and just needed you to behave a certain way and blah, blah, blah. Like, ugh, as much as I am not for censorship, some books should come with warnings that this is not a romance. This is a tale of abuse. Do not emulate. There needs to be more wine. A lot more. Especially after the news from the news tonight, I could cheerfully fill this up to here and chug it. For the right sponsorship, I would actually do that tonight, even though it's a terrible idea, and my head will not thank me in the morning. Right now, given the state of the world and what's just happened, I would do it. Tomorrow's Sunday, I can sleep it off. I don't have to go anywhere. I don't have any plans. Nobody's coming over. Trying to see if I can see part of a puppy. It's still like 28 degrees in here, and he's wrapped up in it like a Afghan blanket and under a thick, like, padded puppy bed. Ugh. He really does think being like 200 degrees is the perfect temperature for him. No wonder he's so skinny, all the fat melts off him. Not that he's ever had any fat on him. He really hasn't. He's always been a skinny puppy. Though there was a time I thought he would never grow fur because he didn't have fur for like. It was probably like between 6 and 8 months before he got any fur. And he was at least 2, if not 3, before the patch on his belly wasn't just skin and now has kind of fur. He still has like an area where there's really no fur, it's just skin. But he was a very dark brown, like mud color, so we thought he was gonna have dark fur, but he came out much more blonde than we thought. You've made all these changes for me, and I think I should reciprocate in some way. Here's a terrible idea happening. I don't know. Maybe try some role-playing games? She's blushing. Girl, I am a role-play expert. You don't have the temperament. Hannah, you do reciprocate. More than you know. Please don't feel like this. Baby, it's only been 1 weekend. Yeah, it's literally been 2 days. Give us some time. I thought a great deal about us when you left. We need time. They were apart for 72 hours. You need to trust me, and I you. That's never gonna happen. Maybe in time we can indulge, but I like how you are now. I like seeing you this happy, this relaxed and carefree, knowing that I had something to do with it. I have never... Stop. Don't give up on me, Anna. She's not saying she's giving up. She's asking you if you're satisfied. I hear Dr. Flynn's voice nagging me. We have to walk before we can run, I say out loud. What's so funny, she asks. Flynn. He says that all the time. I never thought I'd be quoting him. A Flynnism. Okay, please die on that sentence. I laugh. Exactly. From the world's worst therapist. Second worst. The one in Split is still the one to beat. The waiter arrives with the appetizers and our heavy conversation ceases, turning to the much lighter subject of travel. We discuss all the countries Anna would love to visit, and the places I've been. Talking to Anna reminds me how lucky I am. My parents took us all over the world. To Europe, to Asia, to South America. My father, in particular, considered travel a vital part of our education. Of course, they could afford it. Anna's never left the US and has always longed to visit Europe. I'd like to take her to all these places. I wonder how she'd feel about sailing the world with me. Okay, since we're harping on the sailing the world thing so much, why is that not the honeymoon? Don't get ahead of yourself, Grace. Somebody is yelling. Okay, I don't think that's too close. Traffic is light during our drive back to Escala. Anna admires the passing sights, her foot tapping in time to the music that fills the car. Okay, why do we keep having to go back to an apartment that he knows is compromised? Like, he surely has other property within the city, or he can rent something. Like, find an Airbnb, continue to stay at hotels, stay on the boat. Like, there's not this urgency to go back to the apartment. Like, honestly, I wouldn't go back there until they find Layla and put an end to that. Because he has no reason to. He's easily got the means and resources to stay at other places. Even just out of an abundance of caution. Like, okay, whoever's yelling, shut up. I can't help thinking about our earlier intense conversation about our relationship. The truth is, I don't know if I can maintain a vanilla relationship, but I'm willing to try. Okay, that's possibly the most honest thing he's ever said. Because that's the truth. That is at least being honest. So I will reluctantly give him like a point for honesty. He's not saying this out loud. This is him like internal monologuing. But again, it's the truth. Because no, there's no way that he can maintain this. You know, he's honest to God, he's reminding me of BTK right now. And what BTK said when he was finally caught about why did he stop? You know, he killed so many women and then he just stopped for like I think 25 years went by before he was caught. And he never killed again. And his answer as to why he didn't was that basically he got too busy. He got married, you know, then they had kids. His career was like taking off. He was getting involved in the church that eventually led to his capture. And he basically said, I didn't have the time to do the weeks of stalking of my victims that I enjoyed doing and learning their routines. So I just, you know, he couldn't do it the way that he liked doing it. So he just stopped because he didn't have time. But as the kids were getting older, he was starting to find that time again because he did say to the police that he was thinking of getting back into killing. He never did because he was caught before that, but he probably would have if they had not caught him then. You know, so I'm not saying you can't suppress your urges for a while, but and if his wife ever writes a tell-all, I'm willing to bet there's gonna be some, like, you know, things that in hindsight she might go, oh my god, that should have been a clue. Not that I'm married to a serial killer. That's a little hard to know. But, you know. But I think she took the kids and changed all their last names when he got arrested, which you can't say I blame her. It's probably the only thing to do. Safest thing, certainly. But it is frightening how many serial killers and cult leaders have, like, a lot of kids. Like, David Koresh had, like, 10 kids or something. You know, Jim Jones. Another one that I can't think of right now. Like, imagine, like, growing up with the last name, like, Manson or something. I don't know if Charles Manson actually had children. Or, like, his cult was his children. Not sure. I think Manson did have kids. I think he did. I think that he's dead. Am I right that Charles Manson has died? I think I remember reading that he died a couple years ago or something. I don't want to push her into something she doesn't want to do. Oh my god, I should have read that before I stopped. I don't want to push her into something she doesn't want to do. That's been your entire relationship. That's been your entire fucking relationship. Your entire relationship has been you begging her to do things she doesn't want to do because they get you off. That's your entire relationship right from day one. I shouldn't have put the highlighter down. But she's willing, Gray. You're kind of getting ahead of yourself there. She said so. She wants the red room, as she calls it. She didn't say that. Let's be very clear here. She didn't say that. It might be true, but she didn't say it. She said she knows that he needs it. She didn't say she was willing. Again, hire a surrogate. That is what you do. I shake my head and think for once I'm going to take Dr. Flynn's advice. Walk before we run, Hannah. I glance out of the window and catch sight of a young woman with long brown hair, and she reminds me of Layla. It's not her, but as we're near Escala, I begin to scan the streets searching for her. Are you very, very sure? Where the fuck is she? Yes, this person that I only have a first name for, who doesn't seem to have any fixed address or a phone number or anything that I can use to trace her right now. Like, where is Layla getting money right now? Like, how is she eating and clothing herself? Where is she living? Somebody is paying for her. By the time I pull into the garage at Escala, my hands are gripping the steering wheel, and tension has tightened every muscle in my body. I'm wondering if it was a good idea to come back to the apartment with Layla still at large. Let me answer that for you. No, it wasn't. No, it was not a good idea. At all. Especially because you have the means to go literally anywhere. You could leave the country for a month and, like, wait for her to be found. Like, you don't need to come back to this apartment. But I'm guessing the plot needs it. Sawyer is in the garage, prowling around my parking spaces like a caged lion. This is overkill, surely. Not even close. This is underkill. This is a severe underreaction, as his whole response has been. But I'm relieved to see the Audi A3 is gone. He opens Anna's car door and I switch off the engine. Hello, Sawyer, she says. Miss Steele, Mr. Gray, he says in greeting. No sign, I ask him. No, sir, he responds. And even though I knew that would be the answer, it's vexing. I grasp Anna's hand and we step into the elevator. You are not allowed out of here alone. You understand? I caution Anna. You're officially my prisoner now. Like, I'm surprised he doesn't insist she wear an ankle monitor so he knows where she is at all times. And I don't just mean while Layla is at large. I mean permanently. Like, you know that the second they got married and the first time he drugged her and she passed out, he definitely implanted an RFID tracker somewhere in her body. Without her knowledge. But what would you say? Here's my question of the video. If you're watching this later, or if you're in the chat right now, what would your response to your significant other when you arrive home at his place saying you're not allowed out alone? What would your response to that be? And now I've lost my place. Okay, she says as the doors close. Her lips twitch in amusement. What's so funny? Implored that she agreed so readily. Like there was any other option. You are. Me. My tension starts to dissolve. She's laughing at me? Miss Steele, why am I funny? I purse my lips, trying to stop my smile. Don't pout, she says. I'm pouting? Why? Because it has the same effect on me as I have on you when I do this. And she lets her teeth toy with her bottom lip. So she finds him pouting to be arousing. That is like creepy on a whole other level. Like, did you not realize what you did there? What am I saying? Of course you didn't. So she's turned on by him pouting like a petulant child. That's great. Like, I swear one of the efforts to make him look better in this was to make her look worse, which is something that a hack writer does. Like, that's why in so many movies, either the bad guy will get really stupid to let the good guy be able to catch them, or the good guy will be really stupid to let the bad guy get away with things to a point. But rather than writing like two actually good characters, they just make them alternately stupid when you need the other side to be able to get ahead. Speaking of, please excuse me for 5 seconds to go to the ladies' room, and I'll be right back. I'll give you a topic. The best weird colors for cars. Like, not silver, white, black, that doesn't count. Weird colors for cars that are acceptable. 2 shakes of a lamb's tail. Well, Kitty's up. And possibly because it is now dark out and a slight bit cooler, he demanded his breakfast. Because he didn't demand his breakfast earlier. He wasn't hungry. But now he's hungry. He's also started destroying his table box, which happens to every box he ever claims. But this one has taken Probably about 3 times longer than any box he's ever had. And he's destroying it really slowly. Usually once he starts to destroy it, it's confetti within about 3 days. But he's very slowly taking this one apart. He's going to cry when I throw it out, I know it. But he hooks his claws in super deep, and then rather than like unhooking them and just lightly scratching, he just hooks them in super deep and rips it up. So there's going to be a large amount of cardboard confetti. But he's taking his time. He really loves the table box. It's like, Kitty, I've given you so many kitty beds and baskets and all kinds of places. And what do? You like the bathroom sink and boxes. I mean, hey, at least he's a cheap kitty. Never had any interest in actual kitty toys. Bent straw will do. Or just any piece of string doing this. He's the happiest animal. Oh, and laser pointer, of course. Can't beat the laser pointer for a kitty. Really? I do it once more and lean down to give her a swift kiss. My lips touch hers, it sparks my desire. What doesn't? I hear her sharp intake of breath, and her fingers are twisting in my hair, holding my lips to hers. I grab her and push her against the elevator wall. Yeah, you're kind of in public, dude. My hands cradling her face. Her tongue is in my mouth, and mine is in hers. And she takes what she wants, and I give her all that I have. It's explosive. I want to fuck. Now. This is not news. He always wants to fuck. Like, dude, tell me a time when you're not horny. That would be novel. I pour all my anxiety into her, and she takes everything. I'm trying to think of the word for that. She's like, does anybody know Heath Ledger's Stan and Sussman movie? The Order. That's what it's called. The Order. Where he's like a priest and he encounters a sin eater. He sounds like she's the sin eater right now. Hannah, the elevator doors open with the familiar ping, and I pull my face away from hers, but I'm still pinning her to the wall with my hips and my hardening erection. Just imagine there's like 10 people waiting to get on the elevator. Whoa, I whisper, dragging air into my lungs. Whoa, she answers, panting. I'm assuming Sawyer is not in the elevator with them, though I wouldn't put it past him. What you do to me, Hannah. I trace my thumb across her lower lip. Hannah's eyes flirt to the foyer, and I sense rather than see Taylor. Yeah, dude, you have live-in staff. What do you, oh God. I would not be tolerating this. She kisses the corner of my mouth. What you do to me, Christian, she says. I step back and take her hand. I haven't jumped her in an elevator since that day at the Heathman. Get a grip, Gray. Yeah, on what? Come, I say. As we exit the elevator, Taylor's standing to one side. Good evening, Taylor. Mr. Gray, Miss Steele. I was Mrs. Taylor yesterday, Anna says, all smiles for Mr. Taylor. That has a nice ring to it, Miss Steele, Taylor responds. I thought so too. What the hell is going on? Of course, I tell you, he can't stand anybody! He cannot stand anybody just being nice to her! He's gonna take this as like, oh, you were flirting with my woman. I'm surprised he didn't fire him on the spot, honestly. He's such a jealous douchebag. Like, somebody just being nice to her and sharing a joke. It's like, oh my God, he's like moving in on my woman. He's trying to take what's mine. Mine. Because that's his whole fucking mentality of everything. Jesus. Like, he would be impossible to live with. I can't wait till we get new ducks. We've got some other colors coming in. There might be a couple repeats, but like I said, we're going to repaint them. What I'm going to do with the repeats, once I get them here and I sort out the ducks, and I pull out the ones that are repeats, I'm going to post pictures of them and take suggestions as to what I should repaint them as. I'm pretty skilled with some paint. So, I'm hoping we can just take the repeats and just change them into something. And hopefully people will have some good suggestions, because the one thing we can't change is like the shape. So if they have like a clown hat or something, we're going to have to live with the clown hat. We're just going to have to change it into something other than a clown. But we can do this. You should be here, hopefully. I don't think they'll quite make it for next week. I don't know. It's touch and go. It depends. They're not even in the States yet, and then they got to cross through the States and then through customs. So I don't think they'll quite make it for next week, but week after, I'm pretty sure they'll be here. So again, if you would like to pre-order a new duck, go ahead. I will keep a list, and I will draw it when they get here, and you will get to name it, whatever it is. Maybe we should start working on a new stage tier then. Oh, I might need to get paper too. I think I'm out of paper. I have the gold paint and I have the stencils, so we can do it. Or maybe I'll go with a new theme. Maybe we'll keep the gold Canada theme for the original ducks, and we'll go with a different theme for the new duck stage. Hey, it's Pride Month. We could do a Pride theme. I could do rainbow. That could be cool. Oh, now I want to wrap the boxes in pride flags, but I don't have any. I can paint them. We'll figure something out. Oh, I have chalk. I could do like a watercolor. Yeah, that could be nice. That could be nice. I could grind up the chalk in some water and do like watercolor painting. That could be nice. It could be like an old school, it could look nice. It would be kind of subtle, but yeah, I think I might actually do that. That sounds good. Because then it wouldn't be too bright and clashing with the ducks too much. I don't want it to be garish. That could be nice. Yeah. I think we'll make something like that work. Something like that. I scowl at Anna and Taylor. If you two have quite finished, I'd like a debriefing. And all that implies. Anna and Taylor exchange a look. I'll be with you shortly. I just want a word with Miss Steele, I say to Taylor. He nods. And I take Anna into my bedroom and close the door. Don't flirt with the staff, Anastasia. Fuck you! Fuck you, you mega douchebag. She wasn't flirting with him, and control your jealousy. Control your utter douchebagginess, jealousy, you fucking loser. I swear, he's going to threaten to fire Taylor. If she doesn't stop, he's going to threaten to fire Taylor and anybody else she gets close to. Because, again, this is under the abuser's handbook. If you don't want them having any friends or anyone who might come to their rescue when they need to get away from you. So that's why he doesn't like that her and Taylor are becoming friendly. That and he is a jealous toddler and thinks somebody else is trying to take his toy. I wasn't flirting, I was being friendly. There's a difference. Yes, there is. And weren't we told that Taylor is married already? So, no, she's not flirting with him. Dude, fucking troll yourself. Don't be friendly with the staff or flirt with them. I don't like it. Suck my dick. That's getting highlighted too. I'm not letting that go. This is him being just the worst. This is him announcing, I am an abusive douchebag who just 2 minutes ago in the lobby said, you're not allowed to leave here alone. And now I'm telling you, don't be friendly with my staff. Okay. Yeah, I should have grabbed this sooner, but all of the red flag. Massive, 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 massive red flag. Like, just all of it. That is those statements. Oh, I know, right? That is what it is. That is his very fucked up mentality. Like, imagine, like, what he would be like after they get married, because he gets worse. He just gets worse and worse and worse. And the more control and possession he has of her, the worse he gets. And women do give in to things like that, thinking, "Oh, once we're exclusive, he'll calm down with the jealousy because he'll know that there's nobody else. Oh, once we're married, he'll stop being so controlling and possessive because he'll know I belong to him." No, they just get worse and worse and worse and worse. Because he's obviously paranoid. I think he does, like, later hate Ray or something, or he's like cautious of him or whatever or something. Which is why I still am amazed that he didn't, like, demand that the photos of her be taken down immediately once he bought them. I'm amazed he let them remain in the gallery show and didn't, like, pull his, credit card dick out and demand they be taken down immediately, and then immediately take them into the parking lot, pour lighter fluid on them, and burn them in front of everybody. Because that would be a very on-brand thing for him to do. Oh yeah. 100%. 100%. Massive double standard. Massive double standard. And if he got caught, the answer would be, well, you weren't giving me what I needed, so I had to go somewhere else. How do you think I can be with you in a vanilla relationship unless I let off steam with somebody else? Like I said, hire a surrogate, get her in the playroom, let him whip and beat her, and when he's ready for sex, Anastasia's waiting naked on the bed. That's how you make that work. Yep. 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 It'll be, no, you're my wife. She's just a whore. Not that I'm disparaging whores. I will disparage sluts and skanks, but I respect whores. They get paid. She sighs. I'm sorry. Don't be friendly with my staff or flirt with them. I don't like it. And she immediately just goes, I'm sorry. And we already know he doesn't like her having any friends, which again is a classic abusive tactic of isolating people so that when they need to run, they have no one to turn to and nowhere to go. Like, I've watched this happen to members of my family, and yeah, it worked out exactly that way. I don't even know if they're still alive. Facebook is not as useful for looking people up as you might think. She tosses her hair over her shoulder and looks down at her fingernails. I cup her chin and lift her head so I can see into her eyes. You know how jealous I am. This is not jealousy. This is abusive. You have no reason to be jealous, Christian. You own me, body and soul. Oh God, things not to say. She looks at me as if I've lost my mind, and suddenly I feel foolish. 'Cause you have, and you should. But don't ever tell somebody they own you. That's a disgusting statement. Unless you're like in a role play, or you actually are a whore and it's a scene. That's fine. But this is not, and like... Yeah. She's right. I'm completely overreacting. Wow, I would give him a point for insight if he hadn't been such a douchebag like 2 seconds ago. I give her a chaste kiss. I won't be long. Make yourself at home. I go find Taylor in his office. He stands when I enter. Mr. Gray, about... I hold up my hand. Don't. It's I who should apologize. Yes! Notice how he didn't apologize to her. He didn't say anything to her. She said, you own me, and the rest was in his head. So he didn't apologize to her, but he's willing to apologize to Taylor. Taylor looks surprised. What's occurring? I ask. Gail will return later tonight. Good. I've informed the facilities manager at Escala that Miss Williams had a key. I felt they should know. What do you mean at Escala? That's where you are! And again, you couldn't possibly have changed the locks on the staircase she was using to get in because you don't own them. Though I am surprised he lives in a building he doesn't own, quite frankly. Like, buy a warehouse, convert it into a loft. You'd have space for the ultimate playroom then. How did they respond? Well, I stopped them from calling the police! Ah! Why? Why? If the police were involved, they definitely could have found her by now. This is true. He said, don't, it's I who should apologize. He didn't actually say the words, I'm sorry. I'm really curious now, like, is there anywhere in all 6 books that he actually says the words, I'm sorry? Like, personally, I don't believe in apologies with rare exception. I will give them because I know they mean something to other people sometimes, but I don't believe in accepting apologies because they're just words. And yes, I thought that before Lady Heather, but she put it the best. Apologies are just words. You want to apologize to me, change your actions for the thing that you shouldn't have done. Then I will forgive you. But you just saying sorry? Fuck you. Buy the building he lives in. Yes, totally. Like, he's supposedly, like, richer than King Midas. He can definitely afford it. It would be much better security, and wouldn't it make him feel better and more in control? So it makes no sense that he doesn't own the building that he lives in. No sense at all. Because that should be like number 1 on his when you've made it and you're rich list. Buy the building. Yes! Yes! Also, having police would just be really inconvenient to the plot. You know, they'd be able to actually find the psycho stalker and arrest him for all the illegal shit he's done. You know, he probably just doesn't want police there because they might find his stash of roofies. Plus, he knows that he does illegal shit. He has admitted this. He's admitted that all his stalking and cell phone tracking is illegal, and he's probably worried about getting caught. I mean, having the red room is not illegal. It might raise some eyebrows, but there's nothing illegal about it. No, I will say I own better bondage and domination equipment than he does. And I didn't pay for most of it. And what I did pay for was not that expensive. Starting to wonder if you can make a Chardonnay snow cone. It strikes me as a very good idea right now. I think somebody could cash in on, like, in the summer heat, serving, like, alcoholic snow cones. Next week on Shark Tank. Good. The locks have all been changed, and the contractor is coming to look at the emergency stairwell door that you have no control over whatsoever. Miss Williams shouldn't have been able to get in from the outside, even with a key. Right, so even changing that lock doesn't make it secure because it shouldn't have worked in the first place. Like, somebody's so rich, he's really stupid, but now his security is really stupid as well. And you found nothing in your sweep. Nothing, sir. I couldn't tell you where she was hiding, but she's not here now. So we don't know where she was hiding, but she's not here now. Okay, I'm having this image of, like, Han Solo and the gang hiding under the floorboards of the Millennium Falcon after the stormtroopers have gone through with their sweepers and said they found nothing. I'm having that flash in my head right now. You don't know where she was hiding, but you're sure she's not here now. Really? Have you spoken to Welch? His illegal henchman. I've briefed him. Thank you. Hannah's going to stay here tonight. I think it's safer. Agreed, sir. No, literally anywhere else would be safer. An Airbnb under the name Jack Black would be safer. Or just leaving the city, or the state, or staying on the boat in the middle of the ocean. That would be safer. This is one of the least safe options. Cancel the Audi. I've decided on a Saab for Anna. It should be here soon, and I've asked them to expedite delivery. Will do, sir. Can you cancel a car after you already bought it? Is it that easy? Because I don't think it is. You kind of would have signed paperwork. There's some places that do that in Texas. The Mexican restaurants normally have a type of alcoholic shaved ice on the menu in the summer. Good for them! Damn good for them! That is some quality thinking. Because, like, why wouldn't you? That is a wonderful idea. I don't think I've ever had Mexican shaved ice. I've had, like, the Japanese version of shaved ice. What can I say? The movie's Memoirs of a Geisha got to me. I loved it. I saw the trailer, and then I ran out and bought the book hardcover. And I read it like 3 times before the movie came out. And then when the movie came out, there was this old theater in the West End area where I live, which is like the artsy district. It's gone now, but it was a genuine, like, old, like, vintage theater from like the 1940s, and it still had like all the original, like, those like seashell looking lights on the stage and the red brocade curtains, very small, like, red velvet seats. It was so beautiful, and I'd never been there, and they only have one screen because it's very small, and they happened to be showing Memoirs of a Geisha when I wanted to go see it, and I'd never been there. I didn't know it was a vintage theater, and just seeing that movie, which is set partially in the 40s, in that theater was one of the best experiences of my life. If I hadn't been broke, I would have been there every night seeing it for as long as they played it, but it was absolute magic just seeing that movie in that setting, and I fell in love with it. I have an actual my half sister went to Japan. She didn't understand a damn thing about it, which made me sad. But she, because I gave her money, bought me back a real Japanese silk kimono. However, she doesn't know what a kimono is and thought it was just basically a bathrobe. So it doesn't, like, even fit around me, because a proper kimono would come like here, and then one side would go all the way over, and then it would wrap all the way over. So it doesn't do that. It doesn't, like, the two fronts meet, because I'm a bigger person. The two fronts meet, but it doesn't fit the way a kimono would fit. But when I put it on, she was like, oh my God, it fits, because she's an idiot child. She was like 16. and didn't know anything about it, because why learn about the culture of Japan or anything about it when you can just go there on a skiing trip and be really stupid and ignorant. But she bought it for me. I have it. It's in a Rubbermaid container in the top of my closet. I'm pretty sure I'll probably be buried in it. I've been thinking about writing a will, and I think I'll pencil that in. So far, I've got what I want to be buried in and the song I want played. Other than that, I don't care very much. Yes, it is. Yes, believe me, I learned all about it. There's the kimono, the obi, the tabi. I can't remember off the top of my head. I've had 3 glasses of wine. Okay, but yeah, there's like a hip wrap because they don't do like underwear like we do. There's no bras, and the idea is to make a cylindrical shape. So you have the kimono, the obi is here, and it's tied with, like, at the time there's different styles, but it was the box shape on the back, and then there's like ties holding everything underneath. If you had long sleeves with like these panels down to the ground, that meant you were a junior geisha, whereas if they were shorter, then you were a full geisha. They were like scooped down the back because seeing the back of the neck is erotic in Japan. The makeup would be, they would have either 2 prongs at the time or 3 depending on their status. The white face makeup, and yeah, and there's an under kimono as well that has to be matched to the outer one, and they're seasonal. They're extraordinarily expensive, like from the really expensive, like higher end artists, like thousands and thousands, tens of thousands of dollars even. Yeah, if you have not read Memoirs of a Geisha by Arthur Golden, highest recommend. Also, there's a really good audiobook of it. Not all audiobooks are good. This one is good. But yeah, there's a lot of pieces. That's why geisha would have professional dressers to dress them, because you can't put it on yourself. You need help. You need somebody to dress you. And of course, they're the princesses and the entertainers of the time, so they have to look immaculate because the whole Okia, the place where they live, is relying on their income. So they're supporting everyone there. So they have to look immaculate. So yeah, they'll have a dresser, they'll have a makeup artist, they'll have a hairstylist because they have to be perfect when they go out. When I return to my bedroom, Anna's standing on the threshold of my closet. She looks a little stunned. I poke my head around the closet door. Her clothes are here. Oh, they've managed the move. I thought Gail was going to handle Anna's clothes. I shrug it off. He doesn't like that it was a man that touched her clothes. What's wrong? She asks. I give her a quick rundown of what Taylor's just told me about the apartment in Layla. I wish I knew where she was. She's evading all our attempts to find her when she needs help. How good are your attempts when you really have like nothing to go on and you're in a city of several million people? Stupid fly. Hannah puts her arms around me, holding me, calming me, and I embrace her and kiss the top of her head. What will you do when you find her? She asks. Dr. Flynn has a place. What about her husband? I'm being curious, what kind of place? Because this sounds like you're going to lock her up and throw away the key. And also, why is your therapist deciding anything? He's washed her hands of her. Asshole. Until they're divorced, no, he hasn't. Her family is in Connecticut. I think she's very much on her own out there. That's sad. Anna's compassion knows no bounds. I tighten my hold on her. What are we doing octopus face for? That's adorable. Or are you referring to like hentai porn? Tentacle porn? Is that the reference? Or I know octopus shows are also a thing where, like, a woman is basically in a bathtub and an octopus is stimulating her while people watch. I'm aware of this being a thing. Uh, Barry almost spit that out or blew it out my nose. Yes, he is. Very much so. 100% so. Like, the one thing that is missing is that he has some kind of juvenile record because he didn't meet Elena or start learning how to control himself till he's like 15, 16. I'm waiting for like the reveal that he used to like steal panties from his mom's friends when they would go to their houses, or that he would creep around his rich neighborhood late at night looking in windows. That is so a thing. Like freaking Russell Williams wannabe. That's a very local reference. Are you okay with all your stuff being here? I want you to share my room. Yes. I want you sleeping with me. I don't have nightmares when you're with me. There's a backhanded compliment. I want you to sleep with me, but only because you are my own personal dream catcher. You have nightmares? Yes. She squeezes me tighter and we stand in my closet wrapped around each other. A few moments later, she says, I was just getting my old clothes ready for work tomorrow. Work? I release her. Yeah, that thing that you both theoretically do? Remember, you also have a multi-billion-dollar company to run that you never seem to do? And she has a job she just got, but doesn't also do? Yes, work, she says, confused. But Layla, she's out there. Doesn't she get the risk? I don't want you to go to work. This will be true for the entirety of their lives. That's ridiculous, Christian. I have to go to work. Even though when there, all we will do is email each other back and forth and flirt/fight/flirt/fight, or some combination thereof, while she doesn't actually do any work whatsoever. No, you don't. I have a new job, which I enjoy. Of course I have to go to work. He wants her literally barefoot and pregnant, chained to the stove. Or, in his case, chained to the bed in the red room. Here's a thought, because we know in the epilogue they have 2 kids. Did he ever stop with the red room and the beating and the spanking and the various other things while she was, like, out to here pregnant? Like, where was the line? How round did she get before he stopped, if he ever stopped? Because I don't think you're suspending a 9-month pregnant woman from the ceiling. Plus, most women during pregnancy are not interested in sex past a certain point. Not saying there aren't exceptions, but that tends to be the rule. And of course, immediately after giving birth, they aren't looking to get any for a good while either. Do we think he actually was able to control himself and wait? We're actually doing pretty good on time. I was worried. But we're doing pretty good. Let's see. Of course I have to go to work. No, you don't. I can look after you. Yeah, see, she doesn't want to. Do you think I'm going to stay here twiddling my thumbs while you're off being master of the universe? We had to name drop the original fanfic title. There it is. There it is. Drop the spike. Frankly, yes, I respond. Anna closes her eyes and rubs her forehead as if she's calling on all her inner strength. Because you're infuriating and ridiculous, and it's like talking to a tiny little child who doesn't want to go to bed and is demanding Cocoa Puffs. Anna closes her eyes and... there we go. Christian, I need to go to work, she says. No, you don't. Yes, I do. Now they're literally doing the, no, you don't, yes, I do, no, you don't, yes, I do, no, you don't, yes, I do. Duck season, rabbit season, duck season, rabbit season. Her tone is forthright and determined. It's not safe. Suppose something happens to you. He only said the suppose part in his head. Again, if he said half of what was in his head out loud, he'd be so much less of an insufferable douchebag. Christian, I need to work for a living, and I'll be fine. No, you don't need to work for a living, and how do you know you'll be fine? Dude, you're not paying her bills. Like, again, this makes so much more sense if he's offering his submissives $100,000 a week. Hell, a day, he can afford it. But you're not paying her bills. So, yeah, she needs to work. Fuck. This is why I like having submissives. This would not be an argument if she'd signed the fucking contract. We couldn't go half the book without mentioning the contract that she never signed. Because yes, if you just let me make all your decisions for you, you wouldn't go to work. And then what are you gonna say when like her lights get cut off and she needs to pay rent? What are you gonna say, idiot? Like, God, he's dumb. Again, if he was offering to pay for her, if he was saying like, I'll get you a sabbatical because I own he owns the company at this point. So it could be like, I'll put you on sabbatical, I'll put you on paid leave, I'll pay your rent for the next year. Like, if he was doing any of that, I would not be so harsh on him. It would still be wrong in its way, but at least he would be trying to make it right in some way. But he's not doing that. He's just ignoring that these things exist. That, people have to pay bills and rent and hydro and internet and groceries and, put gas in the car and those kind of things. For heaven's sake, Christian, Layla was standing at the end of your bed and she didn't harm me. And yes, I do need to work. I don't want to be beholden to you. I have my student loans to pay. She places her hands on her hips. See, again, if she's a manipulative gold digger, this is a great way to get him to say, I'll pay your student loans, don't worry about it. Because we know, like, it would be nothing to him. $20,000, he'll drop that on a good lunch. Like, but again, ma'am, your student loans are not your first priority. Rent, groceries, lights on. That's the priority. This is true. And we know that he's incapable of doing this because he is the center of the universe and the only thing that exists within it. Again, this is narcissism. whatever I want is the only right and fair thing, and everyone else should bow down and give it to me because it's the only right thing. Narcissism and egomania, because he is trying to control everything, including the universe and the powers that be, etc. I know, right? I know. You know what it is? A 20K lunch, you go to that, the restaurant that the Salt Bay guy opened with the gold tomahawk steak that's like 1,500, and where if you order a bottle of wine, they will literally bring you the most expensive bottle they have, which is like $100,000 without even telling you. Like, people have dropped literally $500,000 on a light lunch at that restaurant, which I don't understand at all. Right? There's so much better uses. God, if I had 20 grand right now, like, just to clear my credit cards and my outstanding bills, if I'm doing quick math in my head, it would take about $3,000 for me to be completely credit cards free and clear, canceled, never get them again, bills all paid up to date. That would take me about $3,000. So that would leave me about 17 grand. Yeah. One, I'm going to prepay my bills for the next 6 months. Two, I'm buying a Switch 2. Three, I'm fully stocking the corner freezer in my fridge with just like all meat, because that's the most expensive thing. So just fully stock it with all meat. I'm going to stock up on pet food, definitely. And I would probably spend $500 to $1,000 on some new clothes, including a bathing suit. And then whatever was left, like, safe investments / savings account. I really hope I still have a bathing suit. If I don't, I can't go swimming even if they get it fixed, which is really going to suck because I really want to go swimming. But hey, if I can, I can. Not like you can go swimming naked in a public pool. Well, it's not like public, but it's, it's outdoors between the 3 buildings. You have to live here to use it. But I think they would object to my swimming naked. So I really hope I still have a bathing suit somewhere. I don't want you going to work. It's not up to you, Christian. This is not your decision to make. Gee, something she should be saying about every other sentence to him. Fuck. She's made up her mind. And of course she's right. I run my hand through my hair, trying to hold on to my temper. And eventually I have an idea. Sawyer will come with you. Christian, that's not necessary. You're being irrational. I will say he's not at this point. At this point, her having security with her while she goes to work, like, granted, he winds up, like, standing in the corner of her office all day, which is ridiculous, because the building's already going to have its own security. He doesn't need to be in the room with her. That's being overprotective. But her having, like, an escort to and fro, I can see that being reasonable. Irrational, I snap. Either he comes with you, or I'll be really irrational and keep you here. So you're now threatening to hold her hostage? Or how exactly are you planning to do this? If she tries to leave and says he's not coming with me, what are you going to do? Like, this is one of those dangerous statements. That, again, this is where we get our very red flag from. This is a massive red flag statement. He's willing to kidnap you because of his irrational paranoia. Run, girl, run. Wait till he goes to sleep. Find his stash of rupees and dope him with it and run. How exactly? There's a good question. Oh, I'd find a way, Anastasia. Don't push me. Yeah, basically he'd throw you in the red room and lock the door. I'm about to explode. Okay, she shouts, holding up both her hands. Okay, Sawyer can come with me if it makes you feel better. See, now they're both in a terrible situation. I want to kiss her or spank her or fuck her. That would be all of the above. I step forward and she immediately takes a step back, watching me. There's a really big red flag. If you approach somebody and they're stepping back, especially a female, that means they feel threatened. That means they feel like you are a danger in this moment, and she's entirely right about that. But take the massive hint. Cray, you're frightening the poor girl. Again, the voice in his head has to be Elena. It has to be Elena! He expects the response of "don't threaten me with a good time." Yes, he does! Yes, he does! Yes, he does! You're so right. I should have seen it. Thank you. Thank you so much for saying that, because you're so right. That is entirely the right answer. I wish I was wearing handcuffs right now so I could, really do some chafing and leave some marks. My wrists are entirely too unmarked. This is not good. But yeah, that's entirely the response that he expects of oh, we can turn this into a scene where I'm your helpless captive. I'm your virgin princess and you're a pirate. And you keep me tied up in your red room or on the ship, and just come to me at night when you want to have your wicked way with me, Captain. What did I just say? I'm blaming the wine. And I'm blaming you. I'm blaming you too. Oh god, that's a fantasy you'd have to pay me extra to play because it's so fucking lame. Thank you for that. Thank you. Thank you. You're fully entitled. I fully support and encourage you doing that. It's the right thing to do. It's 100% the right thing to do. Book is starting to break my brain. Whether it's the heat or the book or a combination of the two, my brain is just in pieces. Oh god. Send me the clip, please. I want to post it to some people. Oh my god. Woo. Oh god, I need to get laid. I take a deep cleansing breath and offer Anna a tour of my apartment. Have you not done? Didn't they do this? I swear they did this. And she discovered the Beauty and the Beast room of books. I swear. If she's going to stay, she really should get to know this place. She gives me an uncertain look. My face still hurts from smiling so much. And I'm so here for it. It's a good thing. As if I've caught her off guard. She looks at me uncertain as if I've caught her off guard. But she agrees and takes my outstretched hand. I give her hand a squeeze. I didn't mean to frighten you, I offer as an apology. Again, not saying the words I'm sorry. You didn't. I was just getting ready to run, she says. Run? You've pushed her too far again, Gray. I'm joking, she cries. That's not funny, Anna. In his head. In his head. He's not saying this out loud to give her feedback. He's saying this in his head. I sigh and lead her through the apartment. I show her the spare room next to mine, then take her upstairs to the additional spare rooms, the gym, and the staff quarters. Are you sure you don't want to go in here? She asks coyly as we walk past the playroom door. I don't have the key. I'm still smarting from our argument. I hate arguing with her, but as usual, she's calling me out on my shit. Well, somebody needs to. Family showed up a long time ago. But what if something happens to her? It will be my fault. This is correct. All I can do is hope Sawyer will protect her. Again, dude with unlimited resources, and he's putting, like, all I can do is hope that one idiot that I hired yesterday and know nothing about whatsoever can protect the most valuable thing in my life, my prized fuck doll. So you do have an Xbox, she laughs. Oh, downstairs I show her the TV room. So you do have an Xbox, she laughs. I love her laugh. It immediately makes me feel better. Yes, but I'm crap at it. Elliot always beats me. Thank you, Cecil. You're wonderful. Pet your dragons for me. Feed them an extra goat tonight. Rub their belly scales and tell them that I love them. That was funny when you thought I meant this room was my playroom. I'm glad you find me amusing, Mr. Gray, she says. That you are, Miss Steele, when you're not being exasperating, of course. I'm usually exasperating when you're being unreasonable. Me? Unreasonable? Yes, Mr. Gray, unreasonable could be your middle name. I don't have a middle name. Unreasonable would suit then. That's always boggled me, people who don't have a middle name, because I have two. Though, it was because, the reason I have two is because my mom couldn't decide if she wanted my first name to just be my first name or she wanted my first name and then like a hyphenate kind of second name. So she thought, I'll make that her first middle name. A lot of people in my family have two middle names. A lot of people in my family have two last names. I technically do as well. I technically have 5 names if I want to go there. But she decided, like, I'm going to make her first name one name, and I'll use the second name that I was thinking of hyphenating as her first middle name, and then when she's old enough, she can decide for herself if she wants to change it, which I did for a while when I was in high school, and I was basically trying to get away from my mom, and I hated my name. I'm legally changing it. I haven't done it yet, because I ordered my, like, ultra foolproof, like, certified birth certificate, which costs, like, $250, and then I lost it. Now, granted, this arrived like a week before COVID hit and everything shut down, so I couldn't finish the process. And then like 3 years went by, and now I can't find it. So I have to reorder it, which is going to be a nightmare, and then pay for the official name change. But I basically, other than on legal stuff, I haven't used my real first name in a long time. But I do want to actually change it because I don't want to be buried under my given name. I want to be buried under my name that I chose. Which requires me to legally change my name, but that's really, really, really expensive, especially because I have to get the fucking birth certificate. I can't believe I lost it. It's one of those things where, like, you know, you put important paperwork somewhere, and you know you put it somewhere so you can find it, and then you don't know where you put it. Though I also have a theory that somebody I'm not friends with anymore, that, like, they were a good friend, but then they got into drugs. I think they may have stolen it, honest to God, because I know where it should be, and it's not. But thank you so much for clipping that. I'm going to laugh my ass off at that, and I'm definitely sending it to a couple people. I think that's a matter of opinion, Miss Steele. I would be interested in Dr. Flynn's professional opinion. I'm not calling him a professional. He's like the Dr. Phil version of a professional, i.e., not a snake oil salesman / con artist. Lord, I love sparring with her. I thought Trevelyan was your middle name, she asks. No, surname. Trevelyan Gray. But you don't use it. It's too long. Come. And the author wants to use it for a completely different series. Next, I take her to Taylor's office. He stands when we enter. Hi, Taylor. Just giving Anastasia a tour. He nods at both of us. Anna looks around surprised, I think by the size of the room and the bank of CCTV monitors, which are useless unless somebody's actually watching them in real time. We move on, and of course you've been in here. I open the door to the library where Anna spies the billiards table. Oh God, it's that scene! It's that scene where she's like, I want to go to the red room. Like, just say it. Just, like, own your sexuality if that's what you want. Though granted, of course that's what she wants because all she knows. Shall we play? She challenges. Miss Steele is up for a game. Okay. Have you played before? A few times, she says, avoiding eye contact. She's lying. You're a hopeless liar, Anastasia. Either you've never played before or... Frightened of a little competition? She interrupts me. Frightened of a little girl like you, I scoff. I'd be beating him with a pool cue at this point. A wager, Mr. Gray. You're that confident, Miss Steele. This is a new side to Anna I've not seen before. Again, like, you don't know each other. Stop it. Game on, Anna. What would you like to wager? If I win, you'll take me back into the playroom. Shit, she's serious. And if I win, I ask, then it's your choice. She shrugs, trying to act nonchalant, but her eyes shine with mischief. Okay, girl, just say I want to go back in the playroom, but with some limitations. Own your sexuality. Come on. It's the 2000s. It's the 2010s, for Christ's sake. Women are allowed to be interested in sex without being thrown into asylum like the girl whose name I can't remember from American Horror Stories Asylum, the one that was accused of being an nymphomaniac, and I love the actress and I can't remember her name, god damn it! I wanted more of her in that series. She's in like so many of them, but you know, because they reused the cast, which was really smart cost-wise. I can't remember her name, but I loved her in like many things before that, and she's amazing. Now I'm gonna have to look it up. I think her name in the series might have been Chloe, or maybe her real name is Chloe. I can't remember. Oh, but she also played Nicolette in Big Love. Yeah, the actress who played Nicolette in Big Love, same actress. Amazing. Chloe Sevigny. That's who it is, Chloe Sevigny. She is amazing, and I love her in all things. Okay, deal. How hard could this be? Do you want to play pool, English snooker, or carom billiards? CAROM. If you know what that is, please tell me. Pool, please. I don't know the others. Neither do I. I barely know how to play pool. I.e., I know the concept of stripes and solids, but don't ask me to play with you because I suck. I retrieved the pool balls from the cupboard under the bookshelves and racked them on the green blaze. I choose a cue for Anna that should be right for her height. Would you like to break? I ask as I hand her the chalk. She is so going down, and all that implies. Maybe that could be my prize. Ding ding. An image of her on her knees in front of me, hands bound, servicing my cock, comes to mind. Yeah, that could work. Can we just servicing his cock? The word servicing. Oh God. Like it's something that needs maintenance. Christ. I'm still amazed he doesn't have a name for his penis, honestly. Because he is 1,000% the guy that names his cock. 100,000% the guy who names his penis is him. Entirely. Without question. Oh. Just all of the Okay. We are getting down to, we've got like 10 pages left. So, last chance to make me chug if you want to. Okay, she says, her voice breathy and soft as she chalks her cue. She purses her lips, and while watching me through her lashes, she slowly, deliberately blows off the excess. I feel it in my dick. I knew it was coming. I knew it was coming. I knew it was coming, and still ew. I knew it was coming, and still ew. Damn. She lines up the cue ball and then hits it with such force and mastery that it scatters the rack. The corner ball, the yellow striped number 9, dives into the top right pocket. Oh, Anastasia Steele, you're so full of surprises. I choose the stripes, she says, and has the gall to give me a coy smile. Be my guest. This is going to be fun. She prowls around the table seeking her next victim. I like this new Anna. Predatory, competitive, confident. Yet seriously, what has he been spiking her drinks with all day? Because this is completely out of character and not at all something that she is capable of as we've been read in so far. Sexy as hell. She leans over the table, stretching out her arm so that her blouse rides up, showing a little skin between the hem and the top of her jeans. She hits the cue ball and the maroon stripe bites the dust. Circling the table again, she gives me a cursory glance before leaning over, stretching across the table again, ass in the air, as she pockets the purple. It takes skill to be both good at pool and, like, flashing your boyfriend at the same time. There's no way this is the first time she has done this. I may need to revise my plans. She's good. She makes short work of the blue, but misses the green. You know, Anastasia, I could stand here and watch you leaning and stretching across this billiard table all day, I tell her. She flushes. Yes, that's the Anna I know. I slip off my sweater and examine what's left on the table. Showtime, Gray. Oh, because of course he has to be the best at everything. I proceed to pocket as many solids as I can. I have some catching up to do. I sink 3 and line up to pocket orange. I hit the cue ball and the orange hurtles into the bottom left pocket, followed by the white. Shit. A very elementary mistake, Mr. Gray. I think that means he's lost the game? Because if you sink the cue ball, isn't that an automatic loss? I think so. I'm not very good. Like I said, I suck. You don't want to play with me. I'm terrible. Ah, Miss Steele, but I'm a foolish mortal. Your turn, I believe. I wave my hand in the direction of the table. Isn't that an auto loss, though? If you sink the cue ball, doesn't that mean you lose? I'm pretty sure it does. I don't think I'm wrong about this. You're not trying to lose, are you? She cocks her head to one side. Oh, no. For what I have in mind as a prize, I want to win, Anastasia. But then I always want to win. Blowjob on her knees, or I could stop her from going to work. There it is! There it is! There it is! His prize is you have to quit your job and be my live-in sex slave. There you go. That's what it is. Ding ding. A wager that would cost her her job. Oh my god, I thought I was being, like, exaggerating there, but no, he's literally thinking that he can make her quit her job if he wins. I don't think that would be a popular choice. She narrows her eyes, and I would pay good money to know what she's thinking. At the top of the table, she bends down to take a closer look at the lie of the balls. Her blouse gapes, and I catch sight of her breasts. She stands, and there's a little smile on her lips. She moves right next to me and bends over. As she shifts her ass first left, then right, she walks back to the top of the table and leans over again, showing me all she has to offer. As she bends over, she peeks up at me. Girl, just get naked. That's all he wants anyway. No, sinking the cue ball, i.e. scratching, on the break or during a shot is not an automatic loss in most 8-ball pool rule sets. It's usually the results in ball in hand for the opponent, meaning they place the cue ball anywhere they want on the table before their turn. However, the cue ball and the 8-ball are both pocketed on the same side. It's a loss. Okay, so I was confusing the two. But thank you very much for looking that up. Okay, so it's only if you sink the 8-ball in the cue, then it's a loss, but otherwise it just lets your opponent place it where they want to give them the best shot. That makes sense. Thank you very much for looking that up. You are an angel. I know what you're doing, I whisper. And my cock approves, Anna, again in his head. Big time. I adjust my stance to accommodate my growing erection. We forget he has like a 3-foot penis. She straightens up and tilts her head to one side while running her hand up and down the cue. Slowly. This is like the worst porn ever. Oh, I am just deciding where to take my next shot. Fuck, she's a temptress. Again, this should give you a clue that she is not the naivete virgin that you thought she was when she's capable of this level of seduction. Again, I think she watched Heartbreakers at some point because this is right out of their playbook. But there's no way your naive virgin of 3 weeks ago is capable of this. She leans over, taps the orange stripe with the cue ball so it aligns with the pocket, then takes the rest from under the table and lines up the shot. She takes aim at the white, and I can see the swell of her breasts down her blouse. I inhale sharply. She misses. Really? This guy's gonna, lose his shit over cleavage? I don't think so. I'll play with both. I'll certainly play with you if you want. I'm a very good time online and off. And always available. Good. I stroll around to stand beside her while she's still bent over the table and place my hand on her behind. Are you waving this around to taunt me, Miss Steele? I smack her hard. Because she deserves it! Because she's flirting with you and shaking her ass. You think you have the right to beat her, which is what you're doing. She gasps. Yes, she whispers. Oh, Anna, be careful what you wish for, baby. I aim the cue ball at the red and it sinks into the top left pocket. Then I try for the top right with the yellow. I hit the cue ball gently. It kisses the yellow, but the ball stops just short of its destination. Shit. Miss. Anna grins at me. Red room, here we come, she crows. I like your kinky fuckery. She really does. It's confusing. I signal her to continue, knowing that I don't want to take her to the playroom. The last time we were there, she left me. She pockets the green stripe. She gives me a triumphant smile and sinks the orange. Name your pocket, I mutter. Top left hand, she says as she wiggles her ass in front of me, and takes the shot, and the black skirts wide of its target. Oh joy. I quickly dispatch the remaining 2 solids, and now I'm left with the black. I talk my cue, gazing at Anna. If I win, I'm going to spank you and then fuck you over this billiard table. Her lips part. Yes, she's excited by the idea. That's what she's been asking me for all day. She thinks I've lost my edge. Nobody said that. Well, we'll see. Top right, I announce, and bend to take the shot. My cue taps the white and it sails up the table and pecks the black, which rolls towards the top right pocket. It balances on the edge for a moment and I stop breathing until it drops with a satisfying clunk into its goal. Yes. Anastasia Steele, you're mine. You have thought this from day one. This is not new. I swagger over to where she stands with her mouth open, looking a little crestfallen. You're not going to be a sore loser, are you? I ask. Depends how hard you spank me, she mutters. Taking the cue from her, I place it on the table, hook my fingers into the top of her blouse, and tug so she steps towards me. Well, let's count your misdemeanors, Miss Steele. Holding up my fingers, I number her misdeeds. 1. Making me jealous of my own staff. Her eyes widen. 2. Arguing with me about working. 3. Waving your delectable derriere at me for the last 20 minutes. Leaning down, I rub my nose against hers. I want to take your jeans and this very fetching shirt off. Now. I kiss her gently on her lips, stroll over to the library door and lock it. When I turn, she's frozen to the spot. Clothes, Anastasia. You still appear to be wearing them. Take them off or I will do it for you. Yeah, because that's how to seduce a woman. You do it, she breathes. Her voice is soft as a summer breeze. Oh, Miss Steele, it's a dirty job, but I think I can rise to the challenge. You normally rise to most challenges, Mr. Gray, she bites her lip. Innuendo from Anna. No, you're just constantly hard. That's the thing. You're constantly up. That's the thing. Why, Miss Steele, whatever do you mean? On the library desk, I spy a perspex ruler. What the hell is perspex? Perfect. All day long, she's been making not so veiled remarks about missing this side of me. Let's see how she fares with this. I hold it up so she can see it and flex it between my hands, then slip it into my back pocket and stroll over to her. Shoes off, I think. I drop to my knees and undo both her chucks, removing them and her socks. Again, what is with the foot fetish stuff? I undo the top button of her jeans and pull her zipper. I look up at her as I slowly tug them off. Her eyes don't leave mine. She steps out of her pants and she's wearing her white thong. That thong. I'm a fan. So is my cock, because of course his cock is its own character. I'm surprised his cock is not credited in, like, the movie roles at the end. You know, and appearing as Christian Grey's penis, a piece of latex designed by these people. I grab the backs of her thighs and run my nose up the front of her panties. I want to be quite rough with you, Anna. You'll have to tell me to stop if it's too much. I whisper and through the lace plant a kiss on her clitoris. She moans. Safe word? She asks. No. No safe word. Just tell me to stop and I'll stop. Understand? Yeah, fucking right. I would not be trusting that from someone like him because he's conditioned literally and programmed not to take that seriously. Because, again, in the world of BDSM, no and stop don't mean no and stop. That's why you have traffic lights and safe words. He's not going to be able to change that on a dime. It's programming. And especially once he, like, gets involved and his cock is in her pussy, then he's not going to be thinking stop means stop. He's going to forget and think it's just a game. I believe rising to the occasion will require the realization that you're capable of doing better or a lower position neither applies to Gray. This is correct. Yes. Yes. Because he thinks he is always the best. He is the master of the universe. He is God's gift to women with his, like, you know, like I said, 27-inch penis. that we're supposed to think he has. Which, by the way, can I just state this to any men listening? Not all women want a giant cock, okay? There may be a few out there that are size queens. Most women don't want that, okay? Claudia something on an episode of the British show, the Big Fat Quiz. I think it was Big Fat Quiz of the Year. Once said Claudia Sheffield, I think her name is, or Sheffield. She's a British TV host presenter. Said like because she didn't know the term big dick energy and it came up. What did BDE stand for? And she didn't know. And so when she heard it was big dick energy, she was like, that's what you want. You want big dick energy, but you want a man with a miniature penis with big dick energy. That's what women want. She's correct. Because as I've said before, the vagina is only like 3 to 4 inches deep unless you get a woman seriously aroused and the cervix retracts, which gives you an extra 2, maybe 3 inches. But in general, it's only 6 inches deep. So if you're packing more than that, you got really nowhere to put it. And most women don't want that anyway. Like, we don't want to feel like stretched and battered down there. It's not a battering ram jamming it in and like hitting against the cervix, which by the way, ow. We don't want to feel like we got, it's not a battering ram process. We don't want that. I know, right? It's true. This is true. Yeah. There's other ways you can make it good for us. Being the longest one at the party is not what we're looking for. It isn't the size that counts, it's what you do with it. Now I have an Arrogant Worm song stuck in my head. And it is for the song Canada's Really Big. If you don't know it, please find it on YouTube. Arrogant Worms, Canada's Really Big. It's hilarious. They are a comedy band and they are the best. I kiss her again and swirl my nose around the poignant little bud at the apex of her thighs. I stand before I can get carried away. Answer me. Yes, yes, I understand. You've been dropping hints and giving me mixed signals, Anastasia. You said you were worried I'd lost my edge. I didn't hear her say that. That was in your head, dude. I'm not sure what you meant by that, and I don't know how serious you were, but we're going to find out. I don't want to go back into the playroom yet, so we can try this now. But if you don't like it, you must promise to tell me. I'll tell you. No safe word, she says, to reassure me, I think. We're lovers, Anastasia. Lovers don't need safe words. Yes, they do! I frown. Do they? This is something I know nothing about. Yeah? I guess not, she responds. I promise. Like she knows. She was a virgin before she met you 3 weeks ago. She doesn't know. You are her sexual education. That's why she's trying to go back to what works, because it's all she knows. I need to know she will communicate with me if I go too far. Like you're gonna listen? You've actively told her about 50 times that even if she tells you no or stop, you're not going to listen. You do it every time she says, I want this, and then you override and overrule her decision. That is you saying that no matter what she wants or says no to, you're not going to listen anyway. Why would it be any different when it comes to sex? Every time you tell her what to drink, what to eat, what car to drive, what to wear, you're telling her her opinion doesn't matter. That's not going to change when it comes to sex. Her expression is earnest and full of desire. I unbutton her shirt and let it fall open. The sight of her breasts is arousing. Very arousing. She looks amazing. From behind I pick from behind her I pick up the cue. You play well, Miss Steele. I must say I'm surprised. Why don't you sink the black? She purses her lips and then with a defiant look reaches for the cue ball and bending over the table lines up the shot. As she does so, I stand behind her and place my hand on her right thigh. She tenses, but I run my fingers to her ass and back down to her thigh, lightly teasing her. I'm going to miss if you keep doing that, she complains, her voice husky. I don't care if you hit or miss, baby, excuse me. I just wanted to see you like this. Partly dressed, stretched out on my billiard table. Do you have any idea how hot you look at this moment? I'm kind of amazed he's not, like, taking 1,000 photos of her. Because he seems like the type that would, like, want that. She blushes and toys with the white as she tries to line it up. I caress her ass. Her beautiful ass. Visible because she's wearing a thong. Top left, she says, and hits the cue ball with the tip of the cue. I smack her hard and she yelps. The white kisses the black, but the black bounces off the cushion, missing the pocket. I caress her ass again. Oh, I think you need to try that again. You should concentrate, Anastasia. I wiggle behind. She wiggles her behind beneath my hand, like she's begging for more. She's enjoying this far too much. So I stroll to the end of the table and reset the black, picking up the white. I run it along the table back to her. See how he has a problem with her actually enjoying the sex? Because again, that's not what gets him off. What gets him off is doing things women don't want done to them. It's beating them past the point they can take it, and where they break down crying, and he's just an abusive monster. That's what gets him off. So he doesn't like it that she's enjoying herself right now. She catches the ball and starts lining it up once more. I warn. Just wait. Not so fast, Miss Steele. I wander back and stand behind her again, but this time I stroke my hand over her left thigh and her ass. I love her ass. Take aim, I whisper. I'm amazed he doesn't fuck her ass, like, right now, because it's definitely what he wants. And she said he could have anything, so you know he totally would. Maybe they thought that was too far in editing. She moans and puts her head on the table. Don't give up yet, Anna. She takes a deep breath and, raising her head, moves to her right, and I follow. She bends, stretches over the table again, and hits the cue. As the ball flies up the blaze, I smack her again. Hard. The black misses. Oh no, she says and groans. Once more, baby, and if you miss this time, I'm really going to let you have it. I set up the black again and wander back until I'm standing behind her, caressing her beautiful behind again. You can do it, I breathe. She pushes her backside into my hand and I give her a playful smack. Eager, Miss Steele, I ask. She moans in reply. Well, let's get rid of these. I slide the thong down her legs, removing it and dropping it on her discarded jeans. While kneeling behind her, I kiss each cheek of her ass. Take the shot, baby. She's agitated, all fingers and thumbs. She fumbles for the cue ball, lines it up, hits it, but her impatience misses the shot. She scrunches up her eyes, waiting for me to spank her, but instead I lean over, pressing her onto the braze. I take a cue from her hand and push it to one side. Now for some real fun. You missed, I whisper. Put your hands flat on the table. My erection is fighting with my fly. Buy pants that fit. Good. I'm going to spank you now, and next time maybe you won't. I move beside her so I have better aim. She groans and closes her eyes. Her breathing is getting louder. I caress her behind with one hand, and with the other I hold her down and twist my fingers in her hair. Open your legs, I tell her, and I reach for the ruler in my pocket. She hesitates, so I smack her with the ruler. It makes a really satisfying noise as it cracks across her ass. and she gasps but says nothing, so I hit her again. Legs, I order. She complies and I strike her again. She scrunches up her eyes as she takes the pain, but she doesn't ask me to stop. Oh, baby. So now we have her doing something she doesn't want to do to satisfy the need she thinks he has so that he doesn't leave her because she's realized how much money she's going to make when she eventually leaves him after they're married. Her skin is turning pink beneath the ruler, and my jeans are becoming impossibly tight as they restrict my arousal. I smack her again and again, and I'm lost. Lost in her, owned by her. She's doing this for me, and I love it. I love her. So he's aware she's doing something she doesn't want and doesn't fully enjoy just to satisfy his needs. Which again is not the basis of a good relationship, it's the basis of an abusive relationship. Stop, she says, and I drop the ruler without thinking and release her. Enough, I ask. Yes. I want to fuck you now, I whisper, my voice hoarse. Yes, she pleads. She wants this too. Her ass is pink and she's dragging air into her lungs. I tug my fly open, allowing my cock some room. Then insert 2 fingers inside her, moving them in circles, reveling in her readiness. I make quick work of putting on a condom. I was going to say, does he have a condom? Well, of course he does, because he's always ready to fuck. Then steady myself behind her and slowly ease into her. Oh, yes. This is without doubt my favorite place in the world. That is a toddler's idea of sex. That is like a 13-year-old boy who hasn't gotten any thinking about what sex is. Christ. I ease out of her, holding her hips, and then slam into her so hard she cries out. Again I ask. Yes, she breathes. I'm fine. Lose yourself. Take me with you. In other words, I'm willing to be your helpless victim because you're really, really rich. Oh, Anna, with pleasure. I slam into her once more and set up a slow but grueling rhythm, taking her again and again and again. She moans and cries out as I claim her. Every inch mine. That's getting highlighted. To stop right now. That is getting highlighted. Okay, this is like dangerously low. And the store I got this from doesn't exist anymore. Notice where it says Grandin Toy. Okay, they went out of business a very long time ago. These are super old, but apparently highlighters never die. Because that store went out of business like 10 years ago, but it was where I got so much school supplies. She starts to quicken. She's nearly there. And I increase the pace, listening to her cries until she orgasms around me, crying out and taking me with her, so I call out her name and empty my soul inside her. That's not what you're emptying inside her. I collapse on top of her as I catch my breath. I'm filled with gratitude and humility. I love her. I want her. Always. I pull her into my arms and we sink to the floor where I cradle her against my chest. I never want to let her go. Thank you, baby, I whisper and cover her face in soft kisses. She opens her eyes and gives me a drowsy, sated smile. I tighten my hold on her and stroke her cheek. Your cheek is pink from the blaze, whatever. I cannot say this word. My dyslexia is playing havoc and changing into 5 other words. Matches your ass, baby. Her smile widens under my tender ministrations. How is that, I ask. Teeth clenchingly good, she says. I like it rough, Christian, and I like it gentle too. I like that it's with you. I close my eyes and marvel at the beautiful young woman in my arms. Excuse me. You never fail, Anna. You're beautiful, bright, challenging, funny, sexy, and I thank divine providence every day. It was you who came to interview me and not Catherine Kavanaugh. Excuse me. I kiss her hair and she yawns, making me smile. I'm wearing you out. Come, Bath, then bed. I stand and pull her to her feet. Do you want me to carry you? She shakes her head. I'm sorry, but you'd better get dressed. We don't know who we'll meet in the hallway. Yeah. You don't live alone, dude. Okay, we've got 2 pages left. In the bathroom, I turn on the faucet and pour a copious amount of bath oil into the streaming water. I help Anna out of her clothes and hold her hand as she steps in. I follow her quickly and we sit at opposite ends while the bath fills with hot water and fragrant foam. I grab some body wash and with it begin to massage Anna's left foot, my thumb rubbing her instep. Oh, that feels good. She closes her eyes and tips back her head. Good. I'm enjoying her pleasure. Her hair is tied up in a ponytail that sits precariously in a loose bun on top of her head. A few tendrils escape, and her skin looks dewy and a little sun-kissed from her afternoon on the Grace. She's stunning. It's a bewildering couple of days. Layla's aberrant behavior, Elena's interference, and Anna, steadfast and strong through it all. It's been humbling. She humbles me. Since when? Humility is not one of his traits. I like to see her happy. Her joy is my joy. Can I ask you something? She murmurs, cocking one eye open. Of course. Anything, Anna, you know that. She sits up and squares her shoulders. Oh no. So anything except whatever she's about to ask. Tomorrow, when I go to work, can Sawyer just deliver me to the front door of the office, then pick me up at the end of the day? Please, Christian, please, she says quickly. Okay, so do we think that she now gave him the kinky sex to get him in the mood to, not be such a domineering asshole and make her have a security guard standing next to her desk, which definitely people are going to notice in a place she's only worked for a week? And now people are going to notice and it's going to become the office buzz and it's going to, just destroy everything. And again, that's what I said. That's the reasonable thing, that they drop her off and pick her up, because when she's in the building has its own security. But of course he's going to say no. So basically she preemptively gave him kinky sex to try and bribe him into not be such a domineering douchebag tomorrow when he already doesn't want her to go to work. Girl, don't start trading ass for favors. It doesn't work. I stopped my massage. I thought we agreed. Please. No, you didn't agree. You said that he would go with her. You didn't work out the details. Why does she feel so passionately about this? Because she would like to have a normal life. What about lunchtime? I ask, anxious once more about her safety. I'll make myself something to take from here so I don't have to go out. Please. I find it very difficult to say no to you. Since when? I admit, kissing her instep. I want her safe, but until Lila's apprehended, I'm not sure that she will be. And after Lila's apprehended, you'll come up with a whole other reason to do the exact same things. Oh, you're dating one of the richest men in the world. Of course people might come after you. It's never going to stop. This is your life from now on. If you want to be with him. And, he's not going to let you go either way. Either you're going to be with him or you're going to end up buried where all the other subs are buried. Hannah's giving me the big blue eyes. You won't go out? I ask. No. Okay. She smiles, grateful, I think. Thank you, she says, spilling water over the side of the bath as she moves to her knees. She places her hands on my upper arms and kisses me. You're most welcome, Miss Steele. How's your behind? Sore, but not too bad. The water is soothing. Honestly, bitch, if you're sore after a couple hand smacks and 5 smacks with a ruler, what are you made out of? Tissue paper? Honestly, she really is pathetic. I'm glad you told me to stop, I say. So is my behind, I grin. Let's go to bed. Yeah, she's pathetic. I brush my teeth and wander back into my bedroom, where Anna is in bed. Didn't Mrs. Acton provide any nightwear? I ask. I'm sure she had some silk and satin nightgowns. I have no idea. I like wearing your t-shirt, she replies, and her eyelids droop. Boy, she's exhausted. I lean forward and kiss her forehead. I still have some work to do, but I want to stay with Anna. I've been in her company all day and it's been lovely. I never want this day to end. I need to work, but I don't want to leave you alone. Can I use your laptop to log into the office? Okay, again, you're a billionaire and you don't have your own laptop. Will I disturb you if I work from here? It's not my laptop, she mutters and closes her eyes. Yes, it is, I whisper, and sit down beside her and open her MacBook Pro. I click on Safari and log into my email and begin to work through them. Product placement! Once it's done, I email Taylor and let him know I'd like Sawyer to accompany Anna tomorrow. The only outstanding detail is deciding where Sawyer will be while Anna's at work. This we'll figure out in the morning. I check my schedule. I have a meeting at 8:30 with Roz and Vanessa in procurement to discuss the conflict mineral issue. I'm tired. Anna is fast asleep as I lay down beside her. I watch her chest rise and fall with each breath. Over such a short time, she's become so dear to me. Anna, I love you, I whisper. Thank you for the day. Please stay. And I close my eyes. End of chapter! I think we're actually pretty close to being halfway through. I think we've hit the halfway point because again, this whole book is only like 10 actual chapters, even though they're not chapters because they're just differentiated by days. So basically that is saying this entire book takes place over 10 actual days. Which again, if we do the math, they knew each other for about 2 weeks, broke up for 3 days, got back together at the beginning of this book, and then there's 10 days and they're engaged by the end of this. We know this. So yeah, they get engaged knowing each other for, at best, if I'm being very generous, 3.5 weeks to a month. Which think of anybody in your life that you care about, like a sister or a good friend or a brother, and if they told you, yeah, I just met someone and we've known each other less than a month and we're getting engaged, you would have some serious questions about this. Because that is not okay at all. Nor should it be. Right? I think we've officially hit the halfway point. So good for us. Now I have that song in my head. Here's to love, here's to us, here's to all the times that we fucked up. Now I can't remember what the band's called. The song is called Here's to Us. And it's like one of those like Newfoundland, that kind of tone bands, and I can't remember what it's called now. But yeah, it's that place. Like, it just gets worse. He never learns. He never changes. There's no growth, even though he's saying, like, I'm a different person. I'm trying to be so different. No, he's not. Because he's still controlling and demanding and domineering all the time. And she is just, like, it's not that he is getting better. It's that she is just not even trying to have her own autonomy or her own life, her own say on even what she eats, drinks, sleeps, wears. She's just given up having that around him because, like, that's just the cost of, like, doing business around him, is that you don't get to decide these things. But hey, you get to go sailing for an afternoon, or you get to go on the helicopter, or you get a $250,000 wardrobe dropped at your feet, or you get to eat like in $5,000 a night restaurants. Like, there is a trade-off for that. And I'm not saying I don't support this when it's mutually understood. Again, I think sex work should be legalized. And if she was a sex worker, like a prostitute or a sugar baby or whatever you want to slice that as, or call it whatever, then I have no problem with it. But the fact that he's doing it out of an abusive position and she's getting nothing other than, as he said in the beginning, when she said, like, reading the contract and laughing at it, she's like, okay, I do all this and what do I get? And he was just like, me. And he means that. He means to get him because he thinks he is God's gift to women. He thinks he is Adonis reborn. And dude, you're not. You're just a narcissistic, egomaniac, abusive douchebag who, if you were not rich, would be in jail. You would be in jail for a life sentence for all your crazy stalker shit, your voyeurism, sexual assault and rape, definitely. Because without your money, no girl is riding that. Nobody is putting up with your bullshit if you're not rich. And you're not even giving them money to tolerate your bullshit. Again, the books make way more sense. He makes way more sense having had this line of submissives if he's paying them $100,000 a week. That makes total sense. And I would have no problem with that. I would have no problem with that arrangement, even if it is abusive, as long as both people know that that's what it is. You want to volunteer to be abused for a month and make $400,000? I don't have a problem with that, as long as you know exactly what you're getting into. I really don't. But he's not like that because he's not honest about it. Because he's just a giant douchebag who should be in jail. They still say he's got a body count of at least 11. But we made it to the end of the chapter, so that's going to do it tonight. Thank you, everyone, for being here. Thank you, Satel, for Snickety. Everyone else who's been here, thank you so much. Satel, you've been a true angel tonight. Thank you for looking up everything for me and helping me when I didn't understand things. I love you so much for this. You are awesome. We should really talk more soon. I missed you. But I'm glad you were here. And everybody else, love on yourself, love a fur baby until next week. And please come back next week because there will be so much more of this. We're only halfway. I've been Insane Lane as well as a Canadian girl. Love on yourself and love a fur baby. Thank you for being here. Wave to the ducks. Soon there will be more. Quack, quack, quack. Night, everybody. Take care. Sleep well. Cool down. Bye.